Good morning from Council Chambers. We are live in this room. And before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and Council will take direction from myself to evacuate the room. After evacuating, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself during an evacuation, and please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. I'd like to call the April 22nd City Council meeting to order and take a moment to acknowledge the lands on which we gather. From time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nahiwak, Nehewinawak, Nakota Iska, Dene Selena, and Nitsitsapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land since time immemorial. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland and is within the Métis Nation of Alberta. The signing of Treaty Number 6 in 1886 created a foundation of good relations, welcoming peoples to this area from around the world. Today, Edmonton carries on this tradition of welcoming peoples from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. I'll do a roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could I take a motion for the adoption of the agenda, please, with amendments? Councillor Hamilton?
I'll move adoption of today's agenda with the addition of item 9.18 and 9.19 and replacement attachment on item 7.3.
Second.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Knack, approval of the minutes?
Yes, I'll move the approval of the minutes from the April 7th, 2025 City Council public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We now have a number of very exciting protocol items. So I'll start with Councillor Tang. Over to you.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone, and happy Earth Day. Today, we celebrate our home, Earth, and all the innate beauty Mother Nature has to offer. This means it is everyone's responsibility to care for our planet and do our best to stop climate change in its tracks. Edmonton has a beautiful river valley, parks, trails, ravines, wetlands, and sanctuaries that encapsulate what makes us unique as a city. The City of Edmonton is working hard to keep the environment clean through a number of initiatives and programs, and one of them is to become greener as we grow. We're aiming to build a climate-resilient city through good design and conscious development decisions. By reclaiming underused sites, adopting regenerative design practices, becoming more energy efficient, and enhancing urban biodiversity, Edmonton's physical growth and population expansion are not detrimental, but instead act as a catalyst to sustainability and resilience. I want to also recognize the incredible work and collaboration happening every day in our communities. Programs like the City of Edmonton's Neighboring for Climate are playing a vital role in this effort, providing the tools and support needed to connect residents, share ideas, and take meaningful action locally. This initiative is a testament to the power of grassroots movements and the importance of empowering citizens to become active participants in building a more sustainable and resilient future. Another great initiative is the Community Cleanup Grant Program, which provides money to those cleaning up large, bulky items in the back alleys, streets, or other areas in their neighborhoods. Together, these programs support our climate resilience goals by promoting cleaner air, proper garbage disposal, recycling, gardening, waste, and landscaping management. To say that our ecosystems and environment are important to Edmonton would be an understatement. And that is why we would like to recognize Earth Day and its theme, Our Power, Our Planet. Working together, citizens can be confident that they can act on and be resilient to climate change. We as a city are committed to growing, sustaining, maintaining, preserving, and protecting our environment as part of building a healthy and climate-resilient future. Edmontonians are deeply passionate individuals who respect our city and its environment. And I extend my deepest thank you to all your passion and enthusiasm in keeping our nature and ecosystems preserved. Happy Earth Day.
Thank you very much. I'll go next to Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you, and good morning. So my turn to take a moment to recognize the accomplishments of an exceptional young Edmontonian who is joining us in chambers this morning. This past February, Alison Mackey won 2 medals at the Women's Nordic Junior World Ski Championships, becoming the first Canadian woman to win a medal since 1989. She claimed a bronze in the 20-kilometer classic, and then 2 days later won another bronze in the 10-kilometer. Alison's first mark on the international scene was at the 2023 World Junior Championships in Whistler. At 17 years old, she was 2 years younger than other athletes, but Alison still secured 2 top 15 finishes and was the top Canadian woman in every race. Cross-country skiing has been a part of Alison's life since she was young, but when she joined the Edmonton Nordic Ski Club 6 years ago, her training really took off. The City of Edmonton has been a proud partner with the club since 1978. While the Edmonton Nordic Ski Club offers training, they also play a key role in maintaining trails and promoting skiing, strengthening Edmonton's winter spirit and supporting future champions. Alison's success highlights how community support enables athletes to achieve their full potential. I'd like to thank, on behalf of Edmonton City Council, the Edmonton Nordic Ski Club for all of our city's athletic organizations who make it possible for sport to thrive in our city. As Alison's career unfolds, I am certain that her talent, focus, and team spirit will continue to inspire others to dream big. Congratulations again on your wins, Alison. Wherever your path takes you next, Edmonton will be cheering you on.
Thank you so much for that, and congratulations again. We have a final protocol item. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Next, I'd like to announce the wrap-up of the city's recent United Way campaign. We are pleased to be joined by members of our City of Edmonton United Way Working Committee, site coordinators and representatives from the United Way, Shannon Walters and Tansy Spiker. Can you wave? Yeah, hi. Beginning in 2012, the city has partnered with United Way to support the over 50 local agencies and collaborations they fund. Since then, our dedicated staff have helped raise millions of dollars through United Way campaigns to help local people in need. This year's campaign included 20 events hosted by staff, from an exclusive city skating event at Rogers Place to homemade baking and craft sales. It also included an online auction featuring 128 donated items, our most successful auction to date. Each one of these events contributed to raising more than $192,000 for the community. As well, the city's collection sites gathered 663 bags of winter coats, accounting for over 60% of the total donated to United Way's Coats for Kids campaign. This success required many hours of planning, communication, coordination, and most importantly, compassion. Employee efforts will result in life-changing support being provided to Edmontonians who are struggling. I'd like to thank every city employee and United Way staff member who pitched in to help make this campaign a success, some of whom are here with us today. Whether you're part of the steering committee, working committee, site coordinator team, or a donor, your support is helping to create a stronger and more vibrant community. Please join me in a round of applause for their hard work.
Excellent, thank you very much. And thank you all for being with us in chambers this morning. Please feel free to exit if you need to get on with your days, although of course you're welcome to stay. We are moving next to selecting items for debate. If colleagues can click on. I see Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I will take 7.1 and 7.2. And also, I'll take 917 and 918.
917 and 918. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Knack, you were next.
Probably not anymore, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Paquette.
I'd like to select item 8.2, please.
2, thank you. Councillor Rice.
Voted 7.3.
7.3. I believe 9.1 also needs to be selected, so I can get that. I'll just recap what we have in case there were any other additions. So what I have right now is that items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3 have been selected. Um, 8.2. I'll select 919. So sorry, just to start from the beginning, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 8.2, 9.1, 917, 918, and 919? Okay. Great. Any other selections? No? Then let's vote on those items not selected for debate. I have a motion.
So moved.
Councillor Knack.
Second.
Councillor Wright, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Clerk Jacobson, would you mind reading back what we've accomplished this morning?
I can, absolutely. This morning, Council has passed the following item, or the recommendations in the following items without debate. Item 9.2, Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton Committee, appointment recommendations. Item 9.3, Community Standards and License Appeal Committee, membership report and reappointment recommendations. Item 9.4, Edmonton Historical Board, membership report and reappointment recommendations. Item 9.5, Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton Committee, membership report and reappointment recommendations. Item 9.6, Naming Committee, membership report and reappointment recommendations. Item 9.7, GEF Seniors Housing Board, membership report and reappointment recommendations. Item 9.8, Accessibility Advisory Committee, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations. Item 9.9, Community Services Advisory Board, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations. Item 9.10, Edmonton Public Library Board, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations. Item 9.11, Edmonton Combative Sports Commission, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations. Item 9.12, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations. Item 9.13, Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations. Item 9.14, Edmonton Design Committee, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations. Item 9.15, Assessment Review Board, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations. And item 9.16, Edmonton Salutes Committee, candidate interviews and appointment recommendations.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and a long agenda that shows great commitment from Edmontonians to be involved in their community, so thank you. I don't believe we have any requests to speak this morning. Excellent. And no other time-specific items on the agenda. We will be going to item 7.2 at 1:30. Otherwise, I'll turn to Councillor Cartmell to move us through bylaws not selected for debate.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'll move first reading of items 8.1 and 8.3.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move second reading of items 8.1 and 8.3.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.1 and 8.3.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Please display the vote. That's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 21146 and Bylaw 21066.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We're now moving into our first item of business, item 7.1. We'll start with a presentation from administration. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning. In the fall 2024 supplementary operating budget adjustment process, Council debated the 2025 budget and approved the tax increase for the year. The objective of the municipal tax levy confirmation is to finalize the municipal tax increase for 2025 prior to setting tax rates, which will be finalized by Council next week upon approval of the taxation bylaw. With me today is Jody Graham, Director of Budget Planning and Development, to give the presentation. Also here with us today to answer questions is Harm Rai, Branch Manager of Financial Services, and Nancy Chow, the Operating Budget Manager. Next slide, please. The city collects property taxes to cover its budget after first considering other income sources. These include fees from services like transit or recreation facilities, franchise fees, licenses, and fines. The tax levy is what is needed to cover all city expenses after accounting for these other revenues. Changes in spending and non-tax revenues affect how much tax money is required from taxes. Property taxes allows the city to balance the budget. The city collects only what it needs to operate, no more, no less. Council decides on the total tax levy required. The city's assessment and taxation branch figures out property values, and each year all properties in Edmonton are reassessed and the new values are shared with owners in January. With the total tax levy and the property values, a tax rate is set and applied to individual properties based on their assessments. So while Council decides how much money to collect, the assessment process determines what is collected from each property. Each property's assessment change is unique, so the actual tax depends on how its assessment changes compared to others. For example, Council may approve a 5.7% tax increase. However, one property owner may experience a higher increase, while another experiences a lower increase because of the way their assessments have changed relative to each other and the rest of the tax class. Next slide, please. In the fall 2024, Council modified the multi-year budgeting policy C578. The fall and spring supplemental capital budget adjustment process and carbon budget update processes remained unchanged. The key change was to the operating budget adjustment process. Previously, there were two adjustment periods: a fall supplementary operating budget adjustment, which was often a multi-day process, for in-depth deliberations to make necessary funding adjustments for programs and services for the coming year, and a spring supplementary budget adjustment process, which was often a single-day process to address major emerging impacts followed by tax rate bylaws. Now, beginning with this report, the spring supplementary operating budget adjustment process has transitioned to become the municipal tax levy confirmation. Rather than allowing for broad budgetary adjustments, this process will focus on only updating the tax levy to reflect changes in provincial or federal funding. This shift is intended to create more predictability and clear timelines for property owners regarding expected tax changes. I'll now turn it over to Jody Graham to walk through the significant adjustments.
In the fall 2024 supplementary operating budget adjustment, Council approved a 6.1% increase for 2025 and a 6.8% increase for 2026. Since then, the most significant change was the announcement by the province that they will restore the grants in place of property taxes, also known as GPOT, payments increasing from 50% to 75% in 2025 and to 100% in 2026. which increases the amount of revenue the city receives in these years. In October 2024, Council passed the motion directing that if any GPOT was restored, it would be used to lower the tax increase. As a result, there is a 0.4% decrease from the previously approved tax increases. This brings the tax change to 5.7% in 2025 and 6.4% in 2026. The discussions on tariffs between the Canadian and U.S. governments continues to evolve and is subject to change. Administration continues to monitor and analyze the associated tariffs as well as develop mitigating strategies. No adjustments to the budget are included at this time. Other adjustments are included in the municipal tax levy confirmation, but do not have an overall impact on the tax change. The most notable adjustments include a $12.8 million decrease in revenue as a result of changes to provincial regulations for automated traffic enforcement, which is offset by reduced transfers to the taser. The taser balance is anticipated to remain positive and above the minimum thresholds for 2025 and 2026. $9.1 million increase in revenue to reflect current forecasts for development activity is offset by a transfer to the Planning and Development Reserve for no impact to the tax levy. True up of assessment growth for $7.4 million above what was previously budgeted has been transferred to financial strategies to manage risk, and changes in provincial legislation around tax exemptions for affordable housing properties reduce the requirement for the city's affordable housing tax grant program. As many grant recipients are now exempt from paying property taxes, the result is a $4.5 million reduction in program operating expenses. This amount has been transferred to financial strategies to manage risk. Next slide, please. Another notable adjustments that have no impacts on the tax levy are one-time savings related to the change in the timing of construction projects. Generally speaking, when the capital project is approved, if there are debt servicing components and operating impacts of capital, they are added to the operating budget at the time of the capital project is approved, based on when the operating expenses are anticipated. Shifts in timing of the capital projects do not change the amount of dollars that are required, but rather defer the costs when the costs are required. This creates one-time savings in the operating budget. Since the savings are caused by changes in the capital project schedules, the savings are then transferred back to capital on a one-time basis via an increase in the transfer to pay-as-you-go. The pay-as-you-go is then reinvested into capital projects through future supplemental capital budget adjustments. The tax levy confirmation includes transfers to pay-as-you-go for the one-time savings in debt servicing and the delayed opening of the Wellington Athlone Fire Station and Walker Fire Station, and a total increase to pay-as-you-go for 2025-2026 is $35.5 million. Next slide, please. This slide shows the combined tax increase as a result of the education tax requisition announced by the province on February 27, 2025. Our municipal tax levy increase is proposed at 5.7% for 2025. The Government of Alberta's education property tax requisition
will result in an increase in provincial education taxes of 6.9% for residential and 5.4% for non-residential properties. The municipal and provincial education taxes will result in a combined tax increase of 6.0% for residential properties and 5.7% for non-residential properties. There is currently no education tax room available because the provincial education property tax increase is higher than the municipal tax levy increase. Next slide, please. Following the tax levy requirement that Council will finalize today, the taxation bylaws follow 1 week after on April 30th to finalize the mill rate for 2025. We will send out property tax notices in late May with payments due in late June. On June 10th, we will be presenting the spring 2025 supplemental capital budget adjustment to City Council. The fall supplemental operating budget adjustment and supplemental capital budget adjustments will occur in November and December to adjust the 2026 operating and capital budgets. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. I believe Councillor Jan selected this item, so I'll look to you to put a motion on the floor.
Sure, I'll put the motion on the floor.
Recommendation.
Receipt of information. No? May I go to questions?
Sure.
Yeah, perfect.
Second?
But he's going to start with some questions.
Sure. Awesome.
Or, here you go. Would you like to read out that motion?
The amendments to the 25-26 operating budget as outlined in attachment 1 of the April 22nd, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02845 be approved.
A second from Councillor Rutherford?
Yep.
Thank you. Please go ahead with your questions.
Awesome. So, great to see a go-forward reduction in, or fair compensation in terms of the grants in lieu of property tax. To confirm that, that percentage on the screen, if you can jump back to that slide, represents 0.75 of, it's not a full percentage of what the province owes us. Is that correct? Yeah, that 0.4 decrease?
So that is for, so the province will be putting it back to 75%, I believe, for 2025, and then all the way back up to 100% in 2026. So you need to look at both years to see the full impact.
Okay, so that's 0.4 decrease this year because we're only getting 3/4, but then next year it could be up to 0.6 or 0.8 because we're getting the full grants in lieu of taxes.
We have already taken that into account for the 2026 that you see in front of you.
So that 0.4 represents a combination of both of those.
So this is the one for 2025, and then there's a further 0.4 for 2026, and that's already been taken into account.
Okay, thank you. With the education property tax increase piece, now, my understanding is that that revenue collected from education property tax just goes back into provincial general revenue, even though Edmontonians tick a checkbox that says, do you want to designate it to the public schools or the Catholic schools? Really, it doesn't matter. There's no operational or material impact of that checkbox. I guess my question is, how are we communicating to Edmontonians that we have no control over that amount, that it's not City Council that's setting the education property tax? We don't have any control over how that's being spent. Like, I see it says provincial budget on the slide, but is there a way that we could just really drill down and say, provincial budget implication or something?
When we do the tax mail out, there's an insert that goes in, and it will talk about how of your bill, there's a percentage that is provincial and the percentage that is municipal. So we actually outline that right on the insert that goes to Edmontonians.
And I believe now, a few years ago, didn't we discuss having 2 actual separate pages? And I think it was an additional cost of printing and mailing or something?
Yeah, that was discussed a couple of years ago. The tax notice does have separate lines, though, for municipal taxes and provincial taxes.
Yeah, but it's coming in the City of Edmonton envelope, right?
That's correct.
And you're paying it to the City of Edmonton, right?
That's correct. And sending separate bills wouldn't change that.
What if, what if we were to stop collecting it? Like, what if we gave this back to the province and said, you should be collecting your education tax, not us? Has that been contemplated?
Not recently. I would maybe need
Did it
to-
always used to be this way? Like because school boards used to have their own taxation powers in the 90s until they were removed.
It's been like this for it's certainly been like this since I've been at the City of Edmonton since 2013. I would need to look to my colleagues in assessment and tax to perhaps help me with the historical view of, or the history on when we started to do this.
Yeah, I'm happy to come back on that one. I have a couple other small questions. The automated revenue implication, the 12.8 million, could you unpack that a little more? Is that a estimation, or is that a based on last year's, we received this, we are expecting this? How do we calculate that, the 12.8 million?
Councillor James, is that the automated enforcement, sorry, up here?
Yes, please.
That's a combination of the different sites that we're no longer able to do automated enforcement for, and then using a number of different methods to try to do our best estimation for 2025 and beyond, what the impact will be conforming to the new legislation. So the actuals are still to be determined, but we do have pretty good estimates in terms of the types of roads and intersections and the new restrictions in place, what that impact will have on automated enforcement revenues.
And was there any dedicated funding that came to make up for enforcement instead of automated enforcement, human enforcement or something?
There was an announcement for a one-time fund. That was the province-wide. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I want to say it was to the tune of $5 million province-wide that I believe we have to apply for. So that was announced in the last number of months. But that was not directly connected to the changes in legislation, if that's the question you're asking.
Yep, so that's a new, that's a separate thing. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I just wanted to circle back on the notice piece, because I think where the questions keep coming in is that as much as I wish everyone would read everything below the blue box that tells you how much you owe, my guess is most people look at the final number right at the top and then ignore the things beneath. And so I've started to see other municipalities, we've been sort of getting best practices from other municipalities that are looking to sort of flip that around a bit so that they can provide that breakdown as the first thing everyone sees. So I think Grand Prairie and Airdrie are doing this now, where they actually list provincial education tax and then the municipal piece, just so people can get a good sense as they're getting down to the final number. People might only go still seek out the final number, but and this feels a little nitpicky, but I know we've sort of talked about this a lot of years, and it still feels like that piece is not as understood as it could be. And so have we looked to some of the other municipalities that have been updating their tax notices as a way to maybe refine ours to flip how that information is communicated to folks?
I'll maybe go to Mr. Sabo for this question.
Hi, Councillor. So I think we've certainly open to having conversations about the way those notices look, and we are looking at the way other jurisdictions do that. Obviously, Alberta has its own legislation, so we're a little bit different than other jurisdictions, but for the most part, most municipalities do collect both the education portion of the tax and the municipal portion of the tax. We can look at different ways of communicating that, and certainly devote more or less space on our notices to talking about that stuff. There is a space limit restriction because we have some legal lees to put on those notices as well. So we try to keep those notices shorter. But if there's a desire for us to put more stuff in, we can certainly have those conversations.
Less worried about more stuff and rather, and again, like this is in the weeds, and like I don't want to make a motion about it, but I know we've talked about it enough that I think we should be looking to some of the other communities which are starting to share that breakdown higher up, so that people have a better chance to actually read that. Because as much, I know we all want everyone to read it all, but I know that's probably not the case. And so if I'm hearing a willingness to at least go see if there's some other cities that have changed around how they're displaying that, I'll leave that with you, and I trust you. I think we need to be better at communicating how much is actually going to each group. Like I think even, and I was just pulling up the Grand Prairie one, like they list right at the top, 32% is collected to the provincial government and it goes there. And And I think that's it is in fact a more accurate way of displaying the information. It provides a little bit better of a story and an understanding of how this works. So I'll leave that with you. I'm not like this. That's about as much as in the weeds I want to get, but I don't want to lose track of that conversation.
So just quickly underline, because Jody mentioned at the beginning, but we are including an insert with the tax notices. We'll have a full half page visualization of just a pie chart that shows here's how much of your payments go towards education tax, about 25% for us.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There's ours is 25%, and I like that notice, and I think those are all getting better. I thought I'd flag that. Last question: should we just stop talking about education tax room? Because I hate that we talk about that, because I don't think that should ever be a thing ever again.
We had been previously directed to always communicate with you on education tax room.
Is that did we actually give a motion to do that?
I believe so.
Oh goodness, I don't like that. Okay, did I vote for that? Oh my, I hope I didn't. Okay, well, I'll go find out if I voted for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask about the 35 million one-time savings due to the timing of construction projects, and just looking for a little bit of clarity as to how that transfer to PAYGO interacts with our FSR and PAYGO payback strategy. Yeah.
We are not applying it back to the FSR strategy. We're actually going to, when we bring forward the supplemental capital budget adjustment, we will be showing that as kind of looking to balance out what we have available for you for PAYGO going forward. We did start out, and we will be bringing that forward, that we were in a bit of a deficit on PAYGO, so this is really just bringing it back as far as topping things up. So we're keeping it separate from the PAYGO strategy because we already have that handled and dealt with.
Okay, and I think that makes sense. So there wouldn't be, I guess, any sort of benefits or gains to applying it to that strategy to see any sort of immediate term potential reductions and smooth that or spread that over. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think though the risk of that strategy would be when you get to the supplementary capital budget adjustment that you have no funding to deal with anything. So I think there can be an opportunity to do that, but I would suggest that you would be better placed to make that decision as part of the capital budget.
Gotcha.
So this just puts it to the capital budget side. Then in June, you'll be able to make a determination on the use of that funding as part of the capital budget.
Okay, that's helpful. My other questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette?
Well, thank you very much. I, for one, enjoy hearing about the education tax. So to circle back on that piece, I think it's pretty clear that some people would really like to see this highlighted so that Edmontonians understand where their money is going and who is actually getting that money. So would this require a motion, or is this just going to happen?
Are you asking if changing the bill requires
The bill,
a
yeah.
motion?
So I guess that would be to...
So practically speaking,
Yeah.
I'm not sure we can change the bills at this point because they're going to need to be mailed at the
I get
beginning
that.
of May. But just for clarity, the tax notices outline municipal taxes and the tax rate. Provincial education taxes clearly indicates that it's collected on behalf of the government of Alberta and the total property tax.
Yeah, I've seen it, and it is clearly there, but I'm not sure if it's clear to residents, if that makes sense. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to further make that distinction, maybe with bold or some kind of verbiage that, because, I've looked at my property tax form, I'm like, okay, well, I know what this means, but I'm not sure if the average person is going to understand this.
I think that would maybe be better directed to us as a
Yeah.
subsequent, but I hear Anton interjecting, so I'll just allow.
Just say, I think we've tried this in the past with, different color coding where you have the education portion and a different color, municipal portion. So more highlighting is kind of what I'm hearing. This is kind of formatting conversations. Certainly that's the thing. So what I've heard from Councillor Knack and a little bit from Councillor Jans as well is maybe go out, take a look at other jurisdictions, how they're presenting that information. And so I can certainly take that away and have a bit of a conversation with the team about how we present that information. So I'm not hearing two notices necessarily at this point, but certainly better formatting, better articulation of the differences between those two things.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, to the grants in place of taxes, it's restored to 75% of what it was. But there was no conversation at the provincial level about, I mean, I think they said no, but is there any opening to get some of that back pay? Because if they're making this concession, obviously they recognize that maybe that shouldn't have happened all along.
To my knowledge, there is no indication that we'll get any back pay, and we've crafted the supplementary budget adjustment on the basis of the province's, the provincial budget.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate that. And then the province in recent weeks announced a income tax reduction. I'm just wondering how that squares with what Edmontonians are going to be paying in an increase in that education tax. So are Albertans or Edmontonians in specific going to see an actual reduction in the taxes they pay?
I'm leery to answer questions about the province's
Okay,
budget.
yep.
But
Fair enough.
it was a creation of, I think, a new tax bracket.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, and last, I'm just wondering how all of this is going to be communicated by the city, because once this passes, this is not a political discussion. It is a city decision. It's a policy that the city operates under, and so I think it's fair game to communicate these things extremely clearly. I'm just wondering if there's a plan for that.
We do have a communications plan for the budget, for the passing of the supplementary budget adjustment, tax notices, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but also the factors that go into it. Like, for example, great, better return on grants in place of taxes. It's a 0.4 reduction, but then there's the property tax increase, or sorry, the education tax increase. That's a 0.3 increase as far as I can tell. So, you know, those sorts of things, those nuances that maybe the public misses.
Yeah, so we do have a communications plan for the coming weeks post-supplementary budget adjustment with the tax notices mail out. And we'll stretch and then our communications plan stretches all the way through to the budget adjustment in the fall.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just a couple questions and then I might have an amendment. With the assessment growth, it says 7.4 million higher than what was approved. Can you remind me what was anticipated in the fall supplementary budget adjustment? Like, I'm just trying to, because that's a conversation too when we talk about the tax levy. It's actually the whole piece of the pie, and if we're getting more assessed value. So I'm just trying to have that number in the public record.
Maybe just give us a minute
Sure.
and we'll look that up.
And then while you're looking that up, is Kim Petrin available online? Or somebody from the planning department?
Kim's not here. Sorry.
Okay. Under the one of the, I know it's just an adjustment with no impacts per se, but you're adjusting based on development activity. And I'm just wondering, is there subsequent, like, if we're adjusting that, what is the plan in terms of the resources? Are we getting more people doing the permitting? Are we doing more people doing the inspection and the accountability? Like, what is that increased anticipated activity going towards?
So, Councillor Rutherford, that's an increase in the volumes. And so at the end of last year, when we updated our forecast, we did do an update to our resources to support that additional service demand in terms of applications. So we do have additional resources coming online this year to support our service levels.
And just, but to be clear, it's across the board, right? So it'll be including like infill inspection or new build, I shouldn't say just infill, new build inspection and those kind of things.
Yes, there's a number of positions through all the different work areas, whether it be building permit inspections, development permits, et cetera. So yeah, I don't have the exact breakdown in front of me, but yes, it is to support all the increased service demands.
Okay. I will put, sorry, I'm just pulling it up. That attachment 1 of the April 22nd, 2025 Financial Corporate Strategies Report be revised to include the increase to the Explore Edmonton operating expenditure budget of $1.3 million in 2025 on a one-time basis with funding from financial strategies.
Second.
Thank you. That's on the floor. Just want to confirm with administration, and apologies for my lack of understanding, is this in order based on our new guidelines for amendments at Spring SOPA?
So you previously, so this is a municipal tax levy confirmation. We wanted you to not do many of these. I think if you want to get $1.3 million to Explore Edmonton because they were underfunded for the year, this is in fact your only way to do it.
Okay. So that's on the floor. Happy to open it up to questions.
Sorry,
So
may I do an introduction?
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Just to that point, the reason this is coming is because I think we were looking at, the budget we provided in the fall and then seeing the Explorer's projections. We know there is a shortfall there. They're a huge community partner, both in attracting investment. So every dollar that we spend as a city is absolutely having a return on investment, but they also operate some of our key areas such as the Expo Center and Edmonton Convention Center. And so if we were not to be providing this funding to them, that board would have to make some further decisions on what non-essential work would have to come off their plate. And I think they've already done that and scoped. And so to scope further, I think we start to get into a place of concern for me. So that's why I wanted to at least have this debate at council. And then at the meeting, I think the board did leave with the impression from some conversations that this would be covered. So that's why that's here.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we'll just go now to questions of the amendment specifically. Just wondering if, Councillor Rice, I know you're on the board. Did you have questions for this amendment?
My original question about the amendment motion, but right now this amendment on the floor, I can quickly ask a question to the financial team. What's the funding available right now in our financial strategies? So how much money remain in that resource?
So remember, financial strategies is a line item with many things in it. This was currently, we had $2 million allocated for risk to address items like this. This would leave 0.7 for that line item, or that particular risk.
Okay, so that after this, we will have 0.7 left.
In that particular risk line within financial strategies.
So related to this financial strategy questions, and in attachment 1, we already allocated $12.8 million for the financial strategies. So what is total amount and in financial strategy right now? In attachment 1 and page 2, and then we add the more expense and in financial strategy, and with this move $1.3 million out, and what is the total remaining in that account?
So I'm trying to answer this question carefully. Just remember that amounts held in financial strategies are there to provide flexibility and risk mitigation for unknown amounts over the budget cycle. So there are, like we do that, there's like we consider the risk overall, tariffs, unsettled collective bargaining agreements, and the rising cost to deliver services. If you want to talk in detail about financial strategies, you need to go in private.
Okay, so, why I'm asking this question, because we have so many other unknown factors could impact how our city's flexibility to use this money to support something right now at this point unknown. So that's why I'm asking this question. If we use this $1.3 million for this purpose, how that impact could be, and then for our capacity to use that money. Do we need to go to the private?
So I think, like I answered your initial question with, we had $2 million set aside specific to this type of risk, and this would use $1.3 million of that. So unless you plan on providing further funding to Explore Edmonton or other agencies, there is sufficient funding in financial strategies for this particular amount.
Okay, so the total amount of financial strategy funding is not public information?
The total amount is, but to understand it, we would need to break it.
Yeah, I just need to know that total amount at this point.
$117 million.
$117 million. Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions on this amendment. Councillor Rutherford, did you wish to close? Or did anybody wish to sign up to speak? Okay, Councillor Tang.
Great. Just want to thank the mover for bringing this forward. I know in the last few years, Explore Edmonton has worked really hard to cut back on a lot of their operation, but I also think 2025 is a really critical year. We've heard a lot in the past few months around the impact of tariff and the levy and the trade war, and one of the factors I think will be part of, I guess you could call it, a resilience strategy is actually focused around tourism and the visitor economy, and I would rather strengthen that aspect rather than continuously holding them back from reaching their full potential. So I think this is an important amendment that I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I mean, just very, very quickly, we've talked a lot about the need for economic development, and Explore Edmonton has shown time and time again their return on investment for attracting and bringing tourism to our city, but also hosting great events and running our facilities in an effective way. But as mentioned, there is a point in which we just have to acknowledge that they've had those same cost inflationary pressures, food, utilities, and I know that there is further work that we are doing in the long term to talk about potential maintenance, to talk about other things, but I think giving the board and the organization the certainty that they need today is really important for them to continue their mandate for the remainder of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. So we're back to the main motion now as amended. And Councillor Rice, I believe you had questions on the main report, so I'll turn it to you.
Thank you. So as today, and we have to prove attachment 1 in front of us, I do have a few questions regarding attachment 1. So with this amendment passed, what's the impact and for the final budget and for the operating budget, the tax-supported final operating budget?
Sorry, the total impact
Yeah.
in
the final tax supported the budget adjust.
dollars?
Yeah. So this will impact attachment 1, right?
But it's an in and an out. So $1.3 million will go to Explore and $1.3 million will come out of financial strategy. So there's no net impact to the bottom line.
Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. So at bottom line, and then for the total amount, there is no net impact, still keeps the same.
It stays at exactly the same, yeah.
So then related to the question to the financial strategies, and we have the revenue increase for the tax levy confirmation for 2025, and it's $21 million. And then among this $21 million, we allocated $12.8 million to financial strategy. So why this $21.1 million cannot be used in total to reduce tax levy? Why we need to increase this $12.8 million to financial strategy with the total amount is already over $100 million?
If you would like to talk about the details of financial strategies, we need to go in private.
I think this is really important because will impact that how our tax levy will change the tax rates. And with the following 1 week, we have to approve the tax rate. I would like to ask some detailed question regarding this $12.8 million.
So the $12.8 million is a number that we believe is required to manage risk. We've placed it in financial strategies. If you'd like to talk about the details of what's in the financial strategies account, including what risks they're allocated to, we need to do that in private.
Because right now the total amount is $117 million. If with that over $100 million, we still add this 12.8.
So I'm hearing that we likely need to go into private if you'd like that question answered. Is that something you'd like to move at this point?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Just a very quick question, yeah.
Or should
Move
we go
to go to the private.
Okay, well, apologies. Perhaps we'll just go through a first round of questions and then we can move into private. So I'll come back to you after Councillor Hamilton and myself ask questions.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hi, thank you. Can you remind me how much is in, I can't find it in the balance sheet in the submission today. How much is left in council contingency?
For this year, there's $372,000.
And obviously we can't spend into next year. There's been my office has received a lot of emails lately about some of the changes that are coming or have come already. And this is largely related to operations-based work. So would you mind, and I know that this is decided in the budget, but this is, I think, our last opportunity to course correct if this is the case. There's some concern about from communities about Front Yards in Bloom and the cancellation of that program. Am I correct in understanding it's a $40,000 change to the budget?
No, the 40,000 was reported by Edify. We're not entirely sure where they got that number from.
Okay.
Tried to correct it, but that number was not something that city administration provided. At Falsoba, we packaged a number of what we called as non-core services together. So those were in the private attachment at Falsoba. So there's slices of staff that support a number of different programs. So it was, I just have to open up that in private attachment again to get the exact number. But it was, it was definitely over $40,000 to answer your question directly.
Was it under 300?
It would have been in that ballpark, yeah.
Okay, all right. The second one, and forgive me for the rudimentary questions here because I can't find things in my notes. But there's also the elimination of the parking meters, and I understand that that's a $2.5 million operational
It was closer to $3 million of capital.
Okay.
At the time, it was estimated at Falsoba, and then there's roughly $300,000 in ongoing operating. And so since then, looking at the cost to upgrade the machines has gone up quite a bit. So the capital amount described in Falsoba would have to be refreshed if we were to relook at machines. The bigger issue is the PCI compliance with the existing machines and the chip and pin technology that we're up against right now.
But you can amortize capital, right? Like, so let's say, for argument's sake, the capital cost went up 25%. It's $3 million is now $4 million, proverbially speaking. But we can still amortize that capital cost over.
You still need the money to pay for it, though,
Yes,
to make the initial investment.
yes. But that, surely we have $3 to $4 million somewhere?
Well, now you have $33.5 million in pay-as-you-go, but until now, you had nothing in pay-as-you-go.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good to know. Okay, I may come back on after we go in private, but I'm curious about that number on the sort of front yards in Bloom piece. But I'll hear questions from other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just a quick clarification around council contingency. My understanding is that this is a budgeted amount, and so we don't have to make those decisions as part of this process. It's a funding source that we can draw from if we were to make a motion at a later date this year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so maybe just as a thought for expediting processes today, that if there's a desire to pull from council contingency, again, those are motions that can be made at any time throughout the year. With that, I just had a quick question. So I see the report notes that 16.4 million in 2025 will be transferred to financial strategies. The report highlights sort of a 1.5 million and a $3.6 million source. But where is the remainder of that 16.4 coming from? And is that FSR?
Just give us 1 second.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the report references $16.4 million in 2025 will be transferred to financial strategies to help mitigate risk. The report also sort of specifically notes like a 1.5 million from a capital project, I think the coordination pool, and then 3.6 from another project that's being transferred into financial strategies. I was just unclear where the remainder of that 16.4 million is coming from.
Sure. So the 16.4 million transferred to financial strategies comes from three things. So 7.4 million from assessment growth,
Okay.
4.5 million for the Affordable Housing Grant Program, and 3.6 million for the CRL baseline correction.
Okay, great. And so it's not impacting FSR in any way. Great. Great, thank you so much. I didn't have any other questions at this point. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. A lot of mine has been asked already. I just wanted to make sure I get my numbers right. For the education property tax piece, provincial budget 2025 saw an increase to that, correct?
That's correct.
I guess I'm just trying to compare. Right now it's 6.9 for 2025. What was it before that increase?
What was last year's
Yeah.
increase to education tax? We probably just have to pull that up.
Okay, because I was just trying to understand kind of how big that jump was from sort of the status quo to post-provincial budget 2025.
So
that's the
Stacey,
6.9. Sorry, go ahead, Anton.
yeah, so it's going to depend on the grouping, but in that kind of 5.3% range is where that was last year.
Okay, thank you so much. And then just to the earlier line of questioning on the safe mobility, if I recall, there is something coming in the coming months about how administration would address the shortfall, correct?
Yeah, what's going to be coming forward is at Fall SOBA a budget correction, or adjustment rather, to reduce the budget down to account for the programs that will be reduced in order to right-size the amount of, like, the programming based on the updated
Okay.
revenue that we'd be getting
Great.
on automated enforcement.
So that's in the fall, and then would that affect anything that's going in place now? For example, safe crossing and like Vision Zero, all that. Does that mean moving forward, stuff like that, that's in place now, might be cut back?
Yes, and so in
Okay.
the Fall SOBA from last year, we described a number of, what we tried to do was chip away at the ones that were the least critical. So, for example, like the signs, the Safe Street signage, items like that. I can have Jess Lamar speak to that in a little bit more detail in terms of what will be changed this
I think-
upcoming summer.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to understand what you're presenting in the fall is sort of like new changes moving forward, or is it gonna affect some of the existing ones?
I'm online here, Craig. So Councillor Tang, it's Caitlin Zarabesky with Parks and Roads. So the Safe Crossings program, the Vision Zeros for 25 and 26 will remain as planned.
Okay.
So any of the work that we had already planned for those 2 years will remain unchanged. The budget reduction that's coming in fall of 24 will be the adjustment for the automated enforcement reduction of the revenues we would have had from that. And with the reductions of the services, like Craig mentioned, that was in alignment with those pieces of the budget.
Okay, so it'll be really like new, I guess, new changes moving forward. Okay, thank you. And then if we want to kind of restore those service level, then that would mean, or to compensate or to cover off this lost revenue, it would be on the tax levy.
There would need to be alternative funding to cover that off, correct?
Great, thank you very much for that clarification. And then just one final thing about the fire stations, with the delay in design, et cetera, did it impact anything on the service capacity side? I'm assuming no, I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, but I can take that. Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning.
Yes, I would say it did. It primarily impacts Councillor Rutherford's ward as well as down in the southeast there. And yes, the delay obviously has a service level impact, but it's just the reality of the construction schedule. Because it's moved into a different budget cycle, that's why they've been reported here.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Okay, I mean, I think I did have some curiosities about the tariff situation, but I think that will come in June, probably more tangibly. Thank you very much, that's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carmel?
Yeah, just one, thank you. I thought I heard you say that we now have $21 million in pay-as-you-go, but I'm looking at the adjustments in attachment 2, and I only see roughly 10 and a half.
So we're moving a total of 35.4 over to pay-as-you-go as a result of the change in debt servicing as well as the slowdown on operating impacts of capital. Keep in mind though, and we'll be bringing this forward as part of June, is we are starting for the supplemental capital budget adjustment with PAYGO in a deficit. So you're not going to have that full 35.4 initially.
I just don't see where, that's just in 2025, we have 35.4?
So 35.5 is the total over 25 and 26.
25.
When you're looking at attachment 1, it's in incremental dollars. So
Yeah.
you'd have to add that.
Yeah, but I
25 to
still only see
26.
17. Bit more than that. I don't see 35.
So there's savings from debt servicing is 29.5 million. Savings from the fire station operating impacts of capital is 7.4 million. And then we're using 1.5 million for the early opening of Coronation Park.
So what am I missing? If I look at item 3 in attachment 1, updates to debt servicing forecast, we've got savings of 12.1 million in 2025 and 5.2 million in 2026.
Yeah, so those are incremental numbers. So in 2025, it's 12.1 million, and then in 2026, it's another 12.1 million plus
Plus 5?
5.2.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. Councillor Rice, do you want to move into private?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Salvador? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Just give a moment to on until noon, but then back at 1:30.
We are live whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else signed up for questions. I'll just give another moment. I'm not seeing anyone, so if colleagues would like to sign up to speak to the main motion.
We do have Councillor Jan signed up while we get the screen refreshed.
Okay, perhaps I'll just briefly pass the chair to Councillor Cartmel to offer a few thoughts.
I have the chair.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank administration for the great work on this. These are always very, very detailed reports, but appreciate the clarity they provide and the good fiscal management that they demonstrate. I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate something that is mentioned in the report, which is new funding that we received through the Housing Accelerator Fund. This is great news for our community, $17.5 million to help support an additional 501 units, which I think will be focused on affordable student housing in the downtown. So very excited to see that and really grateful for the work that went into that. It's a great adjustment to see and look forward to the housing that will bring. I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans to close.
Thank you. Again, I want to commend administration. I think, just over a year ago, I think we were looking down the barrel of an 8.9%, and then to see it now below 6%, I think is a recognition of both the realities that we're in and the pacing that we need to do on some of the initiatives. There's still a lot of good work that needs to be done. We just need to pace it. I'm still deeply concerned about a number of issues here. The fact that we don't have a plan from the province to pay back the $96 million owed and back grants in lieu of taxes. The fact that we're losing $12.8 million in automated enforcement revenue, which is not about the revenue. It's about we don't have a plan. You can't take away one treatment without putting in another treatment, and we're losing the cameras and the automated enforcement, but we aren't receiving 1,000 new squad cars or something like that. So I'm really worried about safety on our roads, and I'll remind my colleagues again that almost as many people died in vehicle collisions last year as were murdered. This is a major public safety issue for our city, and to just claim that safety is something that can be just absorbed into the current environment is not fair at all. The province can't just take things away. It needs to leave something behind. I'm also Hello? Clerk, am I good? Yeah. I'm also deeply concerned about the this ed property tax piece. I think this is a brewing storm. It's something, and I mean, I was on the school board for 10 years, 11 years. I never sort of truly recognized this here because the ed property tax was always such a small portion, and it just was sort of there, and it wasn't really growing, and it had just kind of been across Alberta with the mill rate since school boards lost the powers of taxation, I think in 91 or 92, I forget. But to see now that the province is using the ed property tax as a revenue stream for general revenue, knowing the problems that we already have with property taxes, that they're some would consider them regressive, some would consider them fixed, etc. To see this piece as a revenue stream now, that we're going to have a provincial government that is, I worry in future, going to be continuing to use this ed property tax room, which is a bit deceptive too, because it doesn't mean more money is going to Edmonton schools. It doesn't mean more money is going to class sizes. It doesn't mean more money is going to directly be linked to what you're paying on your tax bill, what you're paying for your property assessment, to the quality of education happening in your community. So I think we need to figure out something here, and maybe it is a big change. Maybe it is giving property tax collection back to the province and getting them to figure it out as part of their responsibility. I mean, Premier Smith in her leadership race said that she was contemplating giving the ed property tax money back to the cities, and they would figure out a different way of doing it. But again, this goes back to a provincial government change made at the legislature as part of their budget is being worn by us. We are being blamed. I was out door knocking on the weekend and I talked to a resident and I was explaining their tax bill to them, and they did not understand that that we have no control over that education money, that is not our decision. It is going up and it's significant, 30-40% of your bill. That is not really a city tax revenue. It's not really part of your city tax. People say, oh, I pay 10 grand a year in taxes. They're rolling that together. And that's not accurate. And I'm worried that as this persists, it is going to undermine our ability as a city to provide affordable, quality services to people, because more and more of what we're doing is just going to be collecting revenue for another body of government. And this is I think it's either a canary in a coal mine, a looming storm. I don't know what the metaphor is exactly, but this is over the next 10 years. This is going to be something that I really worry is going to be a massive, not just perception, but political issue that is going to undermine our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Rice? And with your permission, Chair, we'll mark Councillor Hamilton absent. Thank you. We have all the votes then.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried. We are now moving.
May I make a subsequent motion?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll move that that administration prepare a report for options to expand municipal traffic safety capacity, including opportunities for a cost-neutral program.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Thank you. Would you like to introduce that?
Yeah, again, it's what I said before. It's not what you take away, it's what you leave behind. And safety is a major issue in our roadways. The fact that we're losing automated enforcement, even things like speed on red, even if you hated photo radar, I think almost everyone universally does not want people speeding through red lights. I think that's that's a big one there. So there's a lot missing here. I think we need to come up with some options, and then I think we need to deliver the bill to the Premier, because the police can't be expected to do this. If not, where are they taking the bodies? We can't be expected to do it. If not, where and how? We're losing tools and tactics, and we got to keep people safe. It's that simple.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. I do have a question to administration. I'm trying to get an understanding of what possibly this city is in municipal jurisdiction that could address this. Is there anything? Like, I'm not sure if this is worthy of a report, and I just would like administration's take on this.
I can start, Councillor Principe. We no longer have the ability to do, we still have the ability to do automated enforcement for red light running, but the rules around automated enforcement is something that we as a municipality do not control. So we would have to interpret this motion and write a report with options that are within our municipal jurisdiction. So that would include everything from bylaw options. We'd have to explore further the cost-neutral program or aspect, things like street labs. We would have to look at options within our control, not necessarily re-looking at speed on green details and nuances within the provincial legislation. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. I'm just not sure if there are any. So I'm not sure if it's worth administration's time to work on something that is not feasible.
Councillor Principe.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
Please go ahead, Caitlin.
No, I was just going to jump in and say one of the big things is actually just working and exploring with what those new automated enforcement options are with the government of Alberta. They have provided a guideline as of April 1st that says what you can and can't do within the sphere of automated enforcement. But what we knew and know of automated enforcement today is no longer what we can do to go forward. So our options are limited, and we have to work within the guidelines that the province of Alberta has outset for us.
Right, okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel,
Oh,
you're
I'm
chairing,
sorry,
right?
yeah,
Yep,
yeah,
okay.
I forgot you had the motion on the floor. Councillor Ting.
Great, thank you. Maybe start with the mover. What's the timeline you're thinking of for this?
I would defer to administration there. I'm not sure what's reasonable, but I mean, as soon as,
I mean, maybe I want to stay on you for a bit because you talked about sending Premier a bill. Do you envision that bill like before our SOBA, after SOBA, fall SOBA, I mean?
again, I'd have to defer to admin if they could pull a report together and could show a path forward that we could get revenue up and going. I think that and we'd want to sync this obviously with the other changes being made.
That's kind of, I guess, my reaction to this is, I guess, to administration then, you're going to bring back essentially a report in the fall that will address what's going to happen with this funding shortfall. As part of that, would it be possible to then kind of answer this question that's on the table right now? What are the options to expand? How much would that cost?
So Councillor Tang, we could bring something forward in fall. However, it's going to rely heavily on our collaboration with the GOA, but also with EPS. So a lot of those options around what that looks like for revenue generation or for the cost neutrality that Councillor Jans is looking for is really dependent on what we can get from our partners there in terms of aligning with the new guidelines, but also what those other additional enforcement bodies can help provide.
So could we say due date of fall budget?
Yep.
Is that?
Yep, I'd be happy with that.
And then potentially that if something comes out of it, out of the fall budget, you can do a subsequent then around letter to the province, et cetera, et cetera.
I have a question though, like what if admin comes back and says, hey, peace officers in Fort Saskatchewan are already doing traffic enforcement. Peace officers in the region are already doing that.
Let me maybe ask administration then, would you be kind of looking at some of the best practices?
With regards to
enforcement,
enhanced authorities, that work is already underway. The mayor already made that motion, and that is, that's what we're already investigating.
And then when is that one coming back then?
I'd have to check my calendar. One moment, please.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now, and I'll wait for that answer. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Caitlin, you just talked about the police revenue. So that's the traffic safety enforcement, whose revenues are already down.
So it would, if we are looking for additional enforcement, Councillor, right, within traffic safety, that could be and as an option through EPS. Those are independent funding sources. But if we're looking for different options within the municipal setting that the city of Edmonton can do, those would be through the TASER reserve if there's any revenue generation from that with any cost going out looking for that neutrality. But those would be two independent pieces. But in order to be able to provide a wholesome look at what those opportunities are around traffic safety, we would need to include those there too.
Okay, so to make it cost neutral, we would have to increase our revenues. And we can do that by, we could do that by ramping up the automated enforcement in playgrounds and construction and school zones, right?
So to be clear, the automated enforcement within construction and playground zones is part of the new implementation guidelines through the GOA. So we have to be able to administer that program within the guidelines provided by the government of Alberta. The other thing too is that playground and construction zones cost more to enforce than it does to generate revenue.
Okay, and that was
no cost neutrality there.
Okay, that was going to be my next question is actually how much did we earn in revenue from those areas as opposed to other areas. So I think you've just answered that, so thank you. Let's see, was there anything else I had? No, I think that was it. Thank you very much. And thank you to the mover for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions. Do we have an answer on when the mayor's motion's coming back?
It looks like Q2.
And can you just remind us what that motion was, Ms. Flamley?
It was to examine the current authorities that we have under the Peace Officer Act and looking at enhancing them, having conversations with Calgary and other municipalities to see what other authorities we can give our peace officers to give a more layered enforcement response to whichever jurisdiction of police we have in the city.
Great, thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, just following up on that answer. That was specifically related to the authorities around transit peace officers, wasn't it, though?
No, it's the entire peace officer program, so I can read back to you what the motion was made back on October 2nd and 3rd of 2024, if that's helpful.
What was the report that motion spurred from?
I'd have to go back and look at that inside the agenda.
Yeah, because I specifically remember that was one component of a motion, but it was related specifically because I know we were talking about, for example, how transit peace officers in Edmonton can't run red lights to get to a incident, those kind of things. So.
Right, so the transit peace officers are still under the peace officer program, and so the motion asked us to look at, but not limited to, minor criminal offenses, warrant apprehension, access to appropriate databases to create efficient records management, an emergency vehicle operations course, EVOC, and the authority to undertake emergency response driving for some incidents, and return to committee with report outlining findings and cost implications, Q2 2026.
Yeah, I just want to, like, we're not trying to boil the ocean with that motion. That was specific for transit safety and because I know there is a difference in transit peace officers in Edmonton and Calgary in terms of some of their authorities, and we wanted to get parity again on that. So I know the mayor's not here, so we don't know the intent of that original motion, but I just want to, like, I don't want, if there is pertinent information that aligns between this motion and that motion, then I think our timing needs to adjust to that. But if they're very different, then I'm less concerned about the timing. That's why I'm asking this.
Yeah, understood. The team is trying to find out which agenda item that motion came from.
Councillor Rutherford, I can help you with that if you would like.
Yes, please.
So it was from the Infrastructure Enhancement for City Transit Facilities, the Fairgates pilot project.
Yeah.
And yes, it is the due date assigned was second quarter 2026.
Yeah. So in that conversation, I guess, so is that report just focused on transit and those authorities, or I'm hearing, like, because for example, noisy vehicles was not something I thought was considered in that, like our enforcement of noisy vehicles. Because that report would be very comprehensive then, that would be a really big report if it's including every.
We are looking at what is reasonable, and the 4 bullets that I read were the ones that we are focusing on, but also taking the opportunity to think about what is a helpful situation to enhance our authorities based on our lived experience in those spaces.
Yeah. Okay, my last question to administration is, when we talk about a cost-neutral program, I know we've had other reports that have come forward advising us to not create a program based on fines. And so what other cost-neutral opportunities could you explore in this report? Because I'm guessing that report is going to come back and say, we don't recommend building a program based on fines, because the ultimate goal is that the fines are lessened and you don't have sustainability then with that program.
You're correct, Councillor Rutherford, is that you don't want to have guaranteed fines because the ultimate goal of enforcement is to change behavior. So the challenge with cost neutral is there's very limited options to create cost neutrality within this space.
I guess to the mover, so what are your, what kind of, did you have some thoughts in terms of cost neutrality outside of fines?
I mean, we have always wanted to get to change behavior, but the reality is there's still a misbehavior that results in fines. So I mean, not that is what we should bank on, but I think there still is fine revenue after a century of running this city. But there may be others. Yeah, to your point.
Others, but
I don't
would be open to entertaining.
I want to create as much optionality for admin
You don't
to bring
want that
back.
to be limited. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. The question to the mover, and because we have the guidance from Government of Alberta, and for certain things not under our city authority, so what specifically you're looking for to expand the capacity, and from municipal perspective for the safety?
So my goal is safe streets. And
Okay.
that means working back from there that we want to use every kind of tool at our disposal to look at that. Recently, I did a ride along and some of the not transit peace officers, but bylaw officers were comparing their powers to the powers of campus security at the U of A. And the campus security officers at the U of A, one guy used to work for campus security, and he said, I had way more authority to do way more things as a campus 5-0 than I do working for the city of Edmonton as a bylaw officer. And I think that's worth looking at. And so what I think we all want to see here is a list of options. We know we have lost this revenue. We know we have lost the photo radar tool. So what, now what? That's what this report is designed to do.
So specifically safe street, and I believe is everyone and sitting in this chair in council support it, including myself. And I just a little bit confusing for this traffic safety capacity. What is specifically you would like to say, and then this report come back from city perspective?
So,
and because we have the guidance, I heard response, and from administration for certain things we cannot do. And then are you intend to make something to change, to challenge guidance, or are you intend to find something we are already doing under that guidance? So this is two different things.
No, it's designed to provide options. Like if this is the new rule, we're not allowed to do X, what can we do instead? How can we still ensure that we are doing whatever's in our authority to provide safe streets? And why it says municipal traffic safety is because I want to be very clear that's what this is about. I'm not talking about, say, encampments in parks or something else. This is strictly about what happens on our roads.
Yes, so then the question to the administration, and based on look at this option, or look at this motion, what is scope would you like to see you can go back to work on the traffic safety capacity? So for the improvement or for expand?
So Councillor Rice, the way that I would look at it is looking at it and how we adhere to our Vision Zero. So how are we meeting the goals of Vision Zero, ensuring we don't have fatalities or serious injuries on our roadways? So looking at opportunities to allow that to be adhered to, and that can be looking at things through us as the municipality, through our partners through the GOA, but also through EPS.
So I heard you mention about the Vision Zero, and the Vision Zero, so what I heard here, I try to get what's the problem we really want to solve this. Vision Zero is already implemented for the city for a few years right now. I should say more than a few years. And are you expecting, and this can improve that Vision Zero implementation, or you looking for the different tool, and then other than Vision Zero for the safe street?
So Councillor Rice, Vision Zero is a strategy to have it so that we have no fatalities and no serious incidents within our roadways. The automated enforcement was a tool to allow us to achieve Vision Zero. So the automated enforcement allowed us to change driver behaviors, change how people interacted with the roadways, with pedestrians, all of the above. With the removal of that tool, it limits our ability to change behaviors, as well as being able to, enforce within the area where folks are doing things that are within the speed limit or safe driving behaviors.
So you would
With the
like
removal
to say,
of that, we're able to now go ahead and look at other options to be able to still meet Vision Zero and making sure that we have safe streets.
so you want to looking for different tools or different options, say, and how we can work together with Vision Zero, because with that program is already in place.
So it's not working with Vision Zero, but it's achieving Vision Zero, to be clear.
Okay. So for the program, the cost neutral program, and maybe Mover, you can explain a little bit more. What do you expect to see? Expect to see the more revenue increase or more cost increase, and for the city?
Any and all of the above. The goal is safety. What we're looking for here is to get a report with our options. We lost photo radar. What are we going to do now?
Okay. My timing is there, and then I move to second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on a second round.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Cartmel. I do have a question. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Rutherford's line of questioning. I also had the same thought about, is this duplication or is this in conjunction with the motion that the mayor made back in October? Should they be combined? This just feels a little disjointed, and I'm not sure if this is something that is a duplication or if it can be combined with the mayor's motion. That question was to administration.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there will be an impact on timing because the authorities conversation, we aren't going to be completing that work until Q2 2026. So I really leave it to council in terms of what pieces of work need to flow and which ones need to be connected.
Okay, so no recommendation from administration. I would suggest that this report would come back second quarter of 2026 at Community and Public Services Committee, just as in conjunction with the motion that the mayor made. This really feels like two reports looking for very similar answers, and this just feels a little disjointed. I think we need to consider putting the reports together and having them come back at the same time. And I'm not sure if anyone else on administration has any suggestions.
I could comment on that. In terms of the timeline before Fall Soba, that would provide council the opportunity to look at options that are within our control that could be funded, whether they're cost neutral or or elements of cost recovery. It would allow that type of option. In terms of the connectedness to the mayor's motion, completely agree. There's parallels there. And this report could provide us that opportunity to explore different authorities. It might be pointing to the mayor's motion that would be following in a few months after that. But I think the timing of having them separate or having this before Fall Soba or at Fall Soba would provide some of those options. I just want to reiterate, a cost-neutral program would be difficult to achieve. Totally appreciate this is including opportunities for cost-neutral. But having a program based on fine revenue is a challenge. So this would provide an option to fund or look at options associated with, like, beside every other option at Fall Soba, but it would be connected to the mayor's motion in the following spring.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's it for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I think the mayor's motion was broader as far as all peace officers, and this is specific to traffic safety, which could include, to make it cost neutral, we might draw on developers to make our neighborhoods safer as they're developing. Would that make it cost neutral?
So Councillor Wright, what you're looking for there is looking at modifications to infrastructure to make things safer on the street. So through raise crosswalks or curb crossing, et cetera. That's part of the consideration of what they're speaking through with complete streets currently, and looking at it at incorporating those into the design and construction standards of how we build greenfield, brownfield, as well as renewal and reconstruction. But I think what a portion of this is looking at is more so around the enforcement of traffic safety and how we can use potentially some of the funds that come from that for reinvestment within traffic calming or safer streets.
Okay, so it wouldn't be looking at I guess, yeah, broader traffic calming measures. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, no other questions on the motion. Speaking to the motion. Seeing none, Councillor Jans to close.
Appreciate your support. This is really important, and I agree with what Councillor Wright said. It's more specific, really drilling in on the traffic piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just giving it one moment to see if eScribe will respond here. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Councillor Rice, we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, and I'll return the chair to Councillor Jans.
Thank you very much. Were there any other subsequent motions? Hearing none. Clerk, just looking to confirm, we are done 7.2 now, correct?
7.3.
7.1, there we go. And 7.2 is time specific for 1:30, which brings us to item 7.3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Does administration have a presentation, or I guess who selected this item? Oh, and do you want a presentation or just questions? Was there a presentation at committee?
We provided a presentation at audit committee last week.
Right.
So that's presentation already provided?
Yeah, it'd be the same one, yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Questions
just
then?
question?
Okay, just
Yeah.
questions. So no presentation necessary. Please signal if you have any questions. This item was selected by Councilor Rice, so do you want to take the floor?
Yes, thank you very much. And if the presentation already provided in audit committee, and I'm not going to ask, but I'm not a member of audit committee, and I was unable to attend that meeting as well. I do have quick question regarding our city's physical position, and based on 2024 city's financial statement on behalf of my constituents, the question I heard and from my visits in the neighborhoods. So the question related to physical positions, there are two points related to that. So I really want this information to be in the public record. And the first one is about the financial assets to liabilities ratio. So in page 4, under attachment 2, and specifically talk about this ratio in the past 5 years. Can you please provide more details and how this ratio right now, the trend, the change, and reflect our city's current financial positions?
Yeah, give me 1 second, Councilor Rice, just to pull that up.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, can you repeat your question?
So the 5 years, our city's financial assets to liabilities ratio, and how this ratio reflects our city's current financial position. Can you give me a little bit plain language and for public to understand this?
Right, yeah, so the financial assets to liability ratio kind of helps determine like whether the city has enough assets to cover off their financial liabilities. And so our ratio has been hovering around 1.5 to 1.49 over the last 5 years or so. So that, I think that's a good indication showing that we do have enough assets and resources to offset our liabilities.
Okay, thank you for that question, for that answer. And the second question is about the cash balance. So the cash balance in 2024 actually is trending down, and it does not create the risk for the city and to any operating requirements to meet our operational requirements. If this trade, from your perspective, will continue to trade down and also will be changed to getting better, and how that impact our city's operational requirements and for the cash flow balance?
Yeah, so the cash flow balance at the end of 2024 did decrease from 2023. I don't think that's an indication of any cash flow challenges that we have in addressing any of our operating requirements. This is just an issue of timing of when we take money and put it into cash versus our investments based on purchases or payments that are coming up. So it's more of a timing thing.
So there is no risk associated with that. Even it's going, the cash balance is trending down.
Correct, yeah, I would say this decrease in the cash balance is not an indication of any financial challenges.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question. And so, Mr. Chair, if I can put the motion recommendation of the committee on the floor.
Actually, I was going to go to the chair of audit committee. Who's the chair? I never gave you the opportunity to make any introductory remarks as well.
Yes, so if I could, as current chair in the mayor's absence, yeah.
Yeah, would you be so kind?
I would love to do that. So I will recommend that the audit committee, that the 2024 City of Edmonton audited consolidated financial statements as set out in attachment 1 of the April 11th, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02843 be approved.
Second.
Second by Councilor Rice. Any, did you want to introduce or any speaking?
No, we had a good discussion at audit committee. Regret that Councilor Rice wasn't able to attend, and appreciate all the work that our administration has done in preparing them.
Well said. Anyone, Councilor Tang?
Just a quick question on the correction of the P3 long-term liability
Should
error.
just put the motion on the floor. That's all.
What's the
It's not
financial
debate yet.
impact there, and does that mean we have slightly more debt room?
So the financial impact, that was just kind of a write-down of our obligation to the P3 partner. And this would be considered as a part of our self-supported tax guaranteed debt, so it doesn't have a large impact on our debt servicing room.
Because it's like a separate.
Yeah, it's a separate item, and the amount is not very significant either.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor Tang. Anyone else with questions? Hearing none, the motion is on the floor. Is there any debate? Please signify if you are seeing none. Would the mover wish to close?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Clerk, I believe we're on item 8.2, is that correct?
You are correct.
And, sorry, who selected this item?
Councillor Paquette.
Councilor Paquette, would you like a presentation or?
Maybe a brief one if there is one. I don't even know if there was a presentation for this.
Yeah, no presentation. We can just go
okay.
directly to questions.
All right, so this is a very interesting item to me. There was a petition held, and of the valid signees, I think we had 45% opposed. And if you include everything, even the parts that weren't valid, it looks like 49% opposed. And the threshold is 50% to not proceed. So I'm wondering the administration perspective on this.
I think maybe I will hand this over to Steve Schmidt, who's online, to answer questions on this one.
Yeah, good morning, Councillor. Yeah, you're correct. One of the areas of the neighborhood, it was close in terms of meeting that threshold, but it didn't. So at this point, the bylaw is going forward for council approval.
Okay, so this is a very fascinating conversation to me. I've raised this concern with administration in the past, specifically for this neighborhood, about the way that these things are communicated. And, you know, there's lots of people who are in cul-de-sacs who simply don't want a sidewalk in their cul-de-sac, and they get essentially the very direct administrative response, which is just, well, it's citywide policy, deal with it. And I'm just wondering if we learned anything from this experience.
So I guess to sort of clarify, specific to the local improvement itself, it is only related to the renewal of existing sidewalks. So the petition
And that's the other thing, is the
that was
revitalization.
associated
Yeah.
with the work is specific to the renewal of the existing sidewalks. It did not include and does not include anything related to adding those missing link sidewalks that you're referring to there.
Yeah, I guess I'm conflating, just as the public is, the revitalization and the renewal. And so I recall there was a motion in the last term. I think Councillor Knack put it forward. I could be wrong. About maybe the city taking on the cost of that, the sidewalks.
I believe that was Councillor Henderson that put that forward.
It was Councillor Henderson who made it?
That's correct.
Okay. I knew it was someone old. Just kidding.
And I remembered it clearly for context.
Councillor Knack is way younger than me. So I think I might be closer to Councillor Henderson's age than Councillor Knack's age. So that failed, but so I think the main concern here, and maybe you can clarify, but what I've heard is the main concern is just the added cost for sidewalk segments that people feel do not need replacement, and perhaps the case wasn't made well enough that if they don't get that replacement now, it will be decades. And so you'd have new sidewalk with old sidewalk going into disrepair. And so the approach is like, let's just do this now. How is that, like, it just feels like, based on this petition, that was not very well communicated. Any thoughts on that?
I can let the team jump in. I can start. Our engagement processes are to, especially around this 50% cost share city and residents for renewing sidewalks. It's been in place since the start of the program for a decade, and many, many neighborhoods have taken this on this very way, with individual properties and property taxes being impacted to pay that cost share. So there's a long legacy. It was started to fund the program as it was ramping up to full. And in terms of local benefit, local improvement, there's been policy updates, and council has continued to support the 50-50 cost share. So it's in policy, it's guided that way. Our engagement processes do specifically clarify what that process is. It is a voting process, so 50%, more than 50% people, if they don't want it, then the old sidewalk would stay in place until the next renewal, which is typically 50 to 60 years, and we would operationally try to maintain it. In terms of our ongoing efforts to make that as clear as we can, we continue to pursue that the best that we're able to. And we don't always get out to everyone, and it's not clear to every individual. Again, we do our best with that.
So essentially, it's all or nothing, like either it all gets replaced or none of it gets replaced.
And it's not the whole neighborhood. There's zones in each neighborhood. So in this case, the bylaw you have before you, one of them was the 45 or just under 50. The other one in the other segment of the neighborhood was 11%-ish of not wanting it. And we have never in my time doing the neighborhood program, which has been 8 or 9 years, had a sidewalk not go forward.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jans. Yeah, I think Councillor Paquette asked most questions. I was just fascinated because I can't remember many being this close. So I was just, for myself, I was wondering if there was some type of anomaly, if there was something that was unique here that sparked this. And I'm hearing maybe it was communication. Do you have it? Is it condition? I don't know this area obviously in the in and out. I can do a little bit of Google searching. Is this particular stretch of sidewalk in a little better shape than the rest of the area that's going to be going through renewal, and maybe that's what sparked that?
It's a fair question. I can let Steve jump in to answer that one.
I would say it's difficult to know definitively. The conditions, they vary. They do vary throughout the neighborhood. So this particular location, may have slightly better, condition ratings in terms of the sidewalk than the rest of the neighborhood. But ultimately, it really could be a number of factors in terms of, folks that want to put petitions forward related to the sidewalk work.
So I guess my question is, so when somebody initiates that, are they talking to you or someone in the team to say why they're initiating? And I think the reason I want to ask this is because I think we're going to be going through, looking at the sort of Google Maps view. This is a 1980s neighborhood type scenario. I'm looking at the ward councillor, somebody who can tell me. Yeah, 1980s-ish. So late 70s, early 80s, before I was born. So that's potentially the case here, and I think we're having a few. I know I have a few in the West End coming up that were built around that timeline, where maybe there are particular segments that are in a little better shape than others. And so I'm just wondering, like, so if somebody's initiating a petition, are we talking to them about this? Really driving home the clear message of because we are at a community AGM just last week where that was driven home. You don't do it now; it's not coming for 50 to 60 years. Are we having that conversation when the petition's being initiated, or do we not get to be a part of that process? We essentially give them the paperwork and say, go do this.
So, Councillor Knack, it's Nicole here from Building Great Neighborhoods. The petition is a legal document that goes out. So the city actually initiates it, sends it out to all homeowners, and then they choose to fill it out or not with a commissioner of oath for the legality of things. They come in dribs and drabs throughout. They don't have, I don't believe, an area that says why you're submitting a petition, but we always have a pre-construction open house at the same time the petition period is valid. So we do get to hear from all of the homeowners. And realistically speaking, we've got neighborhoods that have sidewalks in a little bit better condition than roads in spurts and pieces, and we've got ones that are completely falling apart, but the roads are in better. So again, it's the conversation, and we can improve on our communication that the only way sidewalks get replaced is 50 to 60 years through a neighborhood renewal program. Otherwise, it is asphalt repairs and some minimal maintenance that happens on those ones. We can definitely have a clearer message on that.
And Council, I'll add a quick 10-second to that. When we're doing our assessments of condition, the sidewalk condition overall in the neighborhoods is a big driver of our prioritization, not just the roadway. So the sidewalk condition overall, you might have a block or half block segment, but overall those conditions are not great before we even prioritize to be in the neighborhoods.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I definitely know how that goes in. It's good. I just want to make sure, again, maybe this is the anomaly, but I think if we're coming up to communities in this age range now and starting neighborhood renewal, that's a little different than the 1950s, 60s communities. And so just thinking we might need to be a little bit different in how that message is going out, but that's helpful.
Fair comment. Thanks.
And I mean, to the former Councillor Henderson's motion, at some point, I think the reason Council's continuously said no is because we don't want to suddenly halfway through change the details of the program, so those that paid for the first 10, 15 years of it, suddenly everyone else gets a quote-unquote freebie. But when you get nearer to the end of the first cycle of everyone, which is still probably 10, 15 years away, there will be another conversation point around whether that program should evolve. That would be the appropriate time, most likely, correct?
I think I can let Stacy or Harm jump in here too. Yeah. I think when you take on a local improvement for sidewalks, I believe it's 25 or 30-year payback. So the amortization is very long.
That's right.
So that won't fade away for some time after you're done and you'll be into your new cycle. So you're always gonna have, if council decides to at some point not do the cost share program, there'll be some of that burden left for some neighborhoods when you make the choice.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Just wanted to clarify, the threshold for the petition is 2/3, 66%.
No, council has a policy that it's 50% that substitute. It's still within the MGA governance. I can let law jump in if they need. The general MGA governance is 2/3, but council has a policy specific to this 50-50 cost share. That's 50%.
Okay.
Just to clarify, it's 50% plus one. So
right, 51%. Okay.
No, not 51%. 50% plus one petition.
Greater than 50%. Sorry for clarity. Thanks, Nicole.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so when I read this in the report, it's 2/3 is allowed under the act, but city has its own. It's like our debt policy. We have our own policy related to.
We have a surface LI policy that governs this 50%. Yes.
Gotcha. And then can you just remind me in the history of local improvement since? Was it late 1999? Yes?
I'm not sure on that exact year of when it began.
Okay. No neighborhood has successfully reached that threshold, correct?
Might let Steve jump in here. Steve, do you remember if there was one ever that you recall?
There might have been. I don't know definitively though. This, yeah, it's been a while.
I'm asking
It's
Steve
been a while
because
since it's been disclosed, yeah.
Sorry, Steve, I'm asking Steve because I have heard of one maybe, but that was before my time. And I've been doing the neighborhood program since the department started.
Yeah, and I imagine if we go back to that neighborhood or those segments of Sidewalk, I think they just, compared to the rest of the neighborhood, just continuously, like there's a good contrast, I imagine.
Yeah, they have to live with that decision over the whole next life cycle of the new sidewalk.
And you haven't heard from anybody to say that it's working out well, I imagine.
I would say no. I'm looking at Steve too. But.
Yeah, I don't think so. The condition would obviously be different from the sections that were renewed. And yeah, there would be no renewal that would have happened in that time frame other than just standard sort of maintenance work. So there'd be certainly a bit of a contrast there.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, I think there's a lot of points made about communicating the consequence of some of these decisions. And I think past experience would, is a good prediction of what could happen if these thresholds are
understood,
reached.
Councillor Tang, and just like I said, very rare if have we ever had one not go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there may have been one in the history of the program.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just, I think, I was debating whether I come on, but I think I want to dig into Councillor Paquette, sort of like the lessons learned, because I think there is, and I've brought up neighborhood renewal in general. I think some of the public engagement needs to be adjusted and adapted, because I do think as we've created policies, we haven't adjusted and adapted that approach. And so it comes off as disingenuous engagement. That's definitely feedback I've heard from residents. The reason I bring this up in this context is because I do think, like, this is kind of like, even this petition, like, why did we create this petition in the first place? Because it's like a really untenable, it's like either you continue to have crumbling sidewalks or you pay for them. That's essentially what we're saying in this petition. That's the choice that residents have. Is that fair to say?
The choice is to leave their existing sidewalks as they are, and we do our best to maintain them over, over those years versus new.
Yeah. And if they, let's say a petition was successful, and then the sidewalk in that section is not done, and then later on the residents are like, we actually want maybe new residents move in, they would pay 100% of that.
Then they would go into the standard 100% local improvement process, yes.
Yeah, and then, but like sidewalk, like, I'm gonna go to Mr. McEwen, like, we don't really have a lot of budget or service standard allocation for sidewalk maintenance. I know we proved a little bit in the budget, but it's not substantive, is it?
No, we have a budget and a service level for both concrete and asphalt sidewalk repairs.
And what is that budget in?
I would have to pull up what
You don't need to tell me now, I'm curious, because
For Rutherford, it's $5 million annually.
Yeah, for the entirety of the city.
That's correct, for just over 7,000 kilometers of sidewalk.
So what is our actual service standard on that?
So service standard on that is for areas that need to be surgically intervention, which means a panel replacement. We will repair those depending on the severity. The location also drives that. Would be within anywhere from 3 to 6 months and can be up to a year depending on the time of season that the complaint comes in.
Yeah.
But we do preventative type repairs ahead of that. So that's grinding of hazards. We will go in and do packing of the sidewalk. You will see us do asphalting of the sidewalk as well if there's an imminent safety concern.
Yeah. I think the reason I'm bringing that up, though, is because, again, it goes back to that, what kind of many of us are harping on the communication. if you're saying, if you sign this petition and it passes and the road, we will continue to maintain. But I think that's also a false statement because we really don't have that much budget for maintenance of, I think we should have more, and I wrote an op-ed recently about that. But we're not actually gonna come and fix the sidewalks to a good standard beyond safety issues, imminent safety risk, is what I understand the service standard to be.
That's correct. You wouldn't have curb-to-curb panel replacements done, but you would have surgical intervention. So the worst panels would be completed. Our goal is to allow for safe mobility across them. It doesn't always mean that aesthetically they look or match the feel of the area.
Yeah. And then we did actually have a report that came to, I don't think it was committee earlier this term that did talk about that 50% cost sharing and the inequity that would create, correct?
That's correct. I think we looked at the current outstanding payments, and it was close to even 100. I'd have to go back and look at the report, but it was significant, right?
My brain is remembering that there was a report.
There was, correct.
On that, and then because I know what I've been saying to residents is if we stop it now, it really creates an inequitable, and it would have to go on the tax levy, right? Like that other 50%, would have to be accounted for somewhere.
That's correct, yeah. We'd have to look at the existing budget and the scale of the program if those dollars didn't come in, because that's an extra source of dollars.
Yeah, and right now we have there was tax increases to get to the renewal program with that idea of the 50-50. So if we all of a sudden change that, then we would have to counteract that somewhere or reduce the number of neighborhoods we're doing, some sort of.
And I'm going from memory, but the LI typically was bringing in at that time about $13 to $15 million towards the program annually.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and I want to do one correction. Stacy found one position that did not go through on Sidewalk, and it was in 2018 during my time. So I forgot about that one. So there is one. So
I'm sorry, I think it was actually an alley renewal. So it was a local improvement, but it wasn't a sidewalk local improvement.
Oh, okay, that was an alley renewal. Okay, to further confuse everyone, apologies. Yeah.
Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Jans. I do have a question. Caitlin, you had mentioned about the $5 million that's allocated yearly for sidewalk. Is that's not for the neighborhoods necessarily?
Nope, that's for citywide, Councillor Principe. So that would be your arterials, your collectors, your neighborhoods, your local roads. So that would be for every single sidewalk within the city of Edmonton.
Okay, I know that on 153 Avenue between 82nd Street and 73A Street, the sidewalk is closed almost yearly because of concerns of that area with, I'm not sure if it's flooding or if it's the grass design or what the design is. Would that be included in that?
So anytime that you need to raise the elevation of a sidewalk or change the topography of the area, that's typically where renewal or reconstruction comes in because of the amount of intervention that's required. It all depends on how long that stretch of sidewalk is. I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head, but I can get the team to look into it and get you a response.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Okay, so we have the item on the floor. It was selected by Councillor Paquette. I'll just go back to Councillor Paquette. How do you want to resolve this item?
I'm hoping someone will move it.
Okay.
Well, Councillor Tang.
All right, I can move the first reading of Bylaw 21066.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, Knack. Any?
Wait, sorry, 21065, my bad.
Excellent. Okay, moved by Tang, seconded by Knack. Do you want to introduce it, Councillor Tang?
Nope.
Okay, all right. Is there any questions on the bylaw? Is there any debate on the bylaw? Oh. Got it. Councillor Rice.
I do have one question here because in the report said very clear, if no sufficient petitions have been received, the city may proceed with the preparation of the local improvement bylaw. And then I look at the attachment for the petitions, and it's really not clear, cannot say. So right now, we are in the situation we did not receive sufficient petitions.
Correct.
So because is unable to read this, can you tell me so what is sufficient petition? Is it based on number of the people signed, the signature collected, or how we define that sufficient?
Yeah, like maybe I'll have Tracy Esch from Legal walk you through this. Here's a really good way of explaining it.
Yes, hi, Councillor Rice. So to hit a sufficient petition, you need kind of two things. Number one is the number of owners. So in this case, you would need 50% plus one owners petitioning against it. And then the second aspect you need is that for the owners that petition against it, they need to equal at least 50% of the assessed value of the properties that would be given the LI. So in this case, we did not have a sufficient petition because we did not hit that 50% plus one threshold.
Okay, so what's the specific number? And you talked about the percentage. What's the number in this case?
So I'll give you the numbers that I believe are correct, and then perhaps if I'm incorrect, Mr. Schmidt can correct me. The total number of owners on this part was 214. So they needed at least 108 to hit that 50% plus one.
So we're less than 100 because I cannot read this documents. It's not clear. So how many petitions we received? Like what's the number we received?
So rough numbers, I think we needed at least 108, and
yeah.
we got 106.
106. So we need 108 at least.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's my question for this.
No, hearing no further questions, looking to debate. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So this is a really fascinating situation that I've never been in almost 8 years as being a city councillor. And maybe I'm harping on it a lot in the past 6 months, but city communications and the way we relate to the public has to drastically improve. Just to give you some insight into this community, this is the community that had the Domtar issue, if you recall that. And if you don't know, look it up. It's been extremely stressful for the community, enormous amounts of anxiety. And people saw their property values drop, and they saw extremely serious health concerns. And they had their whole green area sectioned off for a very long time. And even still, they're not allowed to have certain types of gardening because of the concerns about contaminated soil, even though it's clean. To err on the side of caution, that's the situation. This community is also bordering along the CN rail, and they've got a berm, and the decibel levels say it's within tolerances, but the noise wakes people up. It causes enormous amounts of stress. Bad sleep is a constant complaint. And you'll recall that just a few years ago, someone went through that area on a stabbing spree and ended up murdering someone. These are serious concerns for this community, and so they feel like they're being piled on. They're already in a state of high anxiety and stress. And then they're told something is going to happen. They hold this petition. You can see the results. And the last thing that folks need these days is cold assessments and matter-of-fact responses. They need something, they need at least a bit of a human connection. And I think that's what led to this situation. I talked to the community a lot, and their position is that the city is just imposing their will, just like they did with the Domtar gates and so on and so forth, even though that was a provincial order. Of course, everything local feels like it's local. And so it should be noted that the majority of folks in this neighborhood did not sign this petition, but to a very slim margin. And if they do not get this renewal, they're going to be hooped for a long time. They won't get that renewal. And revitalization is also, I believe, coming to this area. So it's going to be a patchwork, which you never want to see. And so I'm not sure if this petition is specifically about the renewal itself or about the experience of the community over the past several years. And frankly, I understand. I believe I supported Councillor Henderson's motion that the city pay for the sidewalks. The argument of like, we can't pay off other people's student loans because, you know, I paid off mine is kind of the feeling I get on that. But there's economic anxiety out there. And some people don't ever think about the city budget, but people who are in that position, they look at everything in their lives, every single cost, and are desperate to see some kind of reduction. And so adding this extra cost feels onerous, even though, frankly, it's probably going to improve property values when everything's said and done. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. And at this moment, I am leaning toward voting not in favor of this because people feel like they're not being heard. You know, and we had this conversation on a number of issues. But when you don't get the thing that you like, you think the city doesn't listen. And in this case, you got a community that's basically 50-50. So no matter what the outcome is, half the people are going to feel that they weren't listened to. But they are listened to. It's just we don't always get what we want to see in a democracy. And this definitely went through the democratic process. So at this moment, I am literally 49-51 on this decision. And I'll listen to Councillor Knack to see which way that sways me.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans, and no pressure then. So supportive of this, and I think Council should vote in favor of this, with all of those cautions that have been raised by Councillor Paquette. The first, and this is a very technical piece, but it's not 50%. There is more than half who want this, and we have been very clear that when more than half want this, we proceed down this path. Appreciating all of the points that were just shared, but if we are truly thinking about listening to the democratic process on this, the democratic process has shown that a majority of folks, albeit a very slim majority, do in fact want this, and I would hate to take that away knowing all of the other things that we know, which is that if we say no, those sidewalks, to Councillor Rutherford's points, will get maintained. There will be asphalt patchwork here and there. It'll happen 6 months after it gets reported because we've got a million other priorities in the city and we don't have enough of a budget. That's not a reflection on the city staff's work. It's a reflection on the budget they have to do the work. And so I would hate to see a community that has had such a rough time not get a chance to have some of that rejuvenation that I think is really valuable to the area. I'm glad we've had this conversation and went through a really detailed discussion on this. I think the only other piece I'll offer, and maybe this council should have that conversation again, but I also don't like the fact that the 50-50 piece exists. I didn't like that it was created that way in the first place. I have struggled with the idea of changing it partway through, although I appreciate the student loan metaphor. At the same time, there have been a lot of communities that in some neighborhoods that maybe have much lower incomes that would not get that returned. So I struggle with that back and forth. I do think the next time, once we have finally gotten through every community once, I think the council of whatever that day is, probably another 10 or 15 years out, should in fact change the program and start building that into the base budget. I think it's just a lot easier to absorb that through the property tax piece than this one-off bill that hits hard for folks. Having not gone through neighborhood renewal until actually just a year ago or 2 years ago for the first time, this was a major point of contention for a lot of folks because of the bills, because of everything that's happening. I've said over and over again, I think we have to change it, but not until everyone's had their first shot. So I think there's an appropriate time for that conversation, but for what we're dealing with today, I would really hate to leave out a neighborhood or a part of a neighborhood, because that's the other piece. This is just a part of a neighborhood that would not be getting this. And I think that's going to be really hard on the neighbors in that particular part if they're the only ones without upgraded sidewalks, without that rejuvenation. And I feel like that in a way could almost feel like that specific group within this neighborhood is going to feel picked on if they're the only ones in the community without these new sidewalks. So I would encourage folks to support this, appreciate the thoughtful conversation, but let's not let's not leave this group without that same type of infrastructure that everyone else in the city has been able to get. So, thank you.
Thank you. Who moved the item? Okay, Councillor Rice, are you debating? Yep. What are you on the board for? Oh, Councillor Tang is, Councillor Rice is deleting. Councillor Tang, do you want to close? Hearing nothing further, let's call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
I'll move the second reading of bylaw 21065.
Second.
Okay, moved by Tang, second by Knack. Any questions? Any debate? Please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Again, that is carried with Councillor Rice in opposition. Councillor Tang?
Consideration of bylaw 21065.
Second.
Been moved. Questions? Debate? Hearing none, please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously.
Final reading of bylaw 21065.
Second.
Moved by Tang, second by Knack. Any questions? Any debate? Hearing none, please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried with Councillor Rice in opposition. We are now on recess until 1:30, where we reconvene for the time-specific item. Thank you all for your patience.
do a quick roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette. Thank you, he's here. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. Joining us shortly. Oh, there we go. Just under the wire.
Here.
Thank you. So we are up on our time-specific items, 7.2. We have a delegation with us. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, and we're happy to turn it over to you for some brief opening remarks, if you wish.
Sure. Good morning, or pardon me, good afternoon, Council. Nice to be here and see you all. Brent and I are here presenting our 6th report since being appointed into this position, and looks like our last report, potentially. So it is a pleasure to be here. This report covers 2024, and I'm pleased to report that in 2024 we had no findings of a breach of the Code of Conduct, which is, I think, a testament to the work that you folks have done and also work with Brent on the preventative nature of the code. On page 5 of our report, I'm not sure what page it is in your materials, but it would be paragraph 8. I've outlined some of the types of complaints that came in and how we dealt with them and how I dealt with them, and to give council a flavor for some of the activity in this past year and an idea of how the code's been operating. We also did some work over the past year in updating the Code of Conduct, and I think that the existing code will hopefully be used as a precedent in future codes of conduct in terms of the good checks and balances that are contained within that code and the types of topics that are covered. So you'll see in some of the things that we dealt with, we deal with things that are really sort of serious issues of integrity or code breaches, and we really didn't have any last year. But we had some good activity, mostly by the general council, or pardon me, by the general public, just asking about questions to do with their activities of their councillors, and I felt happy that the general public was interested in the code and asked those questions, but we could explain to them, or at least I could, that this wasn't a breach of the code, but thank you for asking. We also did some consulting on a new code of conduct, as I said, and then we did training, of course, to get folks ready for the election. And I'll pass it over to Brent, because Brent is the one that did a lot of the ethics advising, of course, in the last year. I was contacted, but I don't record in my records when I'm contacted and given advice, or proactive advice, but Brent does. Yep.
Thank you, Jamie.
Microphone.
Sorry. Thank you, Integrity Commissioner and members of council. It's always an honor to appear before you and talk about ethics and good governance. I do try to track my phone calls, and I had 66 interactions with either councillors or more often than that, or more often than not with one of your staffers who's attempting to get ethical advice or code advice, and sometimes they're the same and sometimes they're slightly different. The code doesn't cover everything, and if an ethical question is posed, I try to answer it, whether it's a code issue or not. I've been extraordinarily happy over the last 6 years, given the very, very successful rate of keeping councillors out of the soup and in between the goalposts, to use two very different analogies. I don't know if they work together. On a go-forward basis, there's going to be some changes. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but I'm sure that we will all at some point be consulted or be asked for opinions on what a provincial code might look like. And as Jamie said, I mean, Jamie and I work together, but we work very differently. My job is to keep Jamie not busy, and by diverting potentially problematic behavior on the right course, and to keep you folks on side and keep complaints to a minimum. And I'm proud of the work we've done, and I'm proud of our record in so doing. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I think we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you very much. Before we go to questions of my colleagues, if they want to sign up, I would like to welcome a grade 6 class from Athlone School with their teacher, A. Merkonich. Hello and welcome. Are you here for the full week? Excellent, excellent. Have you chosen, and sorry, they're in Ward Nalnick. So your counselor is Counselor Rutherford, who's joining us in chambers today. Have you chosen your mayor of your class? Yes? Excellent. Well, would you like to come down and tell us a little bit about what you're doing at City Hall this week? Share a few words with us? Come on down. Excellent. Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Are you going to be doing a mock council debate?
Are you doing a mock council? Say it in the microphone, yeah.
My name is Anas Al-Digbali,
And you can say, yes, we're doing a mock council.
and we're doing a mock council this week.
Excellent. Well, congratulations to be mayor for that. What is the topic you're going to be debating?
Know your question.
Our topic will be having specific transportation for younger students and kids.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Well, that's something close to many of our hearts. So we look forward to hearing the outcome of that debate. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a great time at City Hall. We're delighted to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Turning back to questions, Councillor Jans, I believe you selected this report, so I'll go to you first.
I sure did. And first of all, I want to thank you both for your service over the years, and the wise counsel that you provided, or the deserved scoldings when provided. I guess maybe my first question to the to either party is, given the provincial changes here, and I mean, I've heard scuttlebutt that the provincial government may introduce some sort of a province-wide body of investigations, ethics, integrity, etc. Like, what counsel now would you provide? Like, what should we be advocating for going forward, in your opinion, from what you've experienced? I've heard concerns that the code of conduct lead to vexatious complaints and are a waste of time. I've heard that we could have other avenues for items, but I just want this your last, your day in court here before this provincial change.
Sure. So not just for this council, but for many other councils and organizations, I've built these programs. And what I would be hoping for in a new program is not just a set of rules, but as I said, a program. And the one that we have here, you have informal resolution, you have mediation, you have proactive advice and training. And you don't want a program that would be catching people at something. You want a program that would help people through complex issues and issues of integrity. So that's what I'd be hoping to see in a new program. The topics that I think I see a lot in my practice, not just here, but across the country and with our other integrity commissioners, are things like abuse of power, misuse of that power, letting staff be able to do their jobs without interference is an important one for the operation of municipal government. The deterrent aspect of the code, I think, is why we've had pretty little activity in the last little while. And really making sure that that code facilitates the smooth operation of municipal government. And so I would be looking for a program around it, and one that I think they're anticipating it just being within the precinct of the council, and they may want to consider that because a lot of activity that's council related is outside of council. So they may want to consider that.
Thank you for the good question, Councillor Jans. Yes, I too have heard rumors and innuendo about weaponized complaints and frivolous and vexatious complaints. And I want to state emphatically and on the record that we have not experienced that in Edmonton. I believe that this system has been working very, very well. Not perfect, but very, very well. And the nightmares all come from other municipalities. I don't need to name them. I'm sure you've read about them or heard about them. But we're all creations of the provincial legislature, and we will pivot with what they decide to do. I just want to say this, and I think I echo what the Integrity Commission just said. If there is to be a provincial code of conduct for municipal employees. I too hope that it is broader than rules of procedure for inside this chamber, which are important, but so too is social media, and so too is attendance of events, and so too is acceptance of gifts, all of which have no clear nexus to what goes on in this chamber. So I hope that if there's to be a provincial code, I hope that it's broader than rules of engagement inside this room. And I hope that there's an opportunity to give advice to municipal councillors on a revamped, centralized code of conduct, whether that's through a municipal contractee or whether that's through a provincial officer. That will not be for me to decide. But I hope that there is the opportunity to provide ethics advice even once the municipal code of conduct ceases to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright?
I thank you. I was just sort of wondering about you've had, what, 42 complaints this past year, 35 investigated without any findings. So you said doesn't seem to be a concern here with breaking code of conduct. But I'm just wondering, the minister, when I listened in to his sort of town hall on Bill 50 the other night, talked about or provided rationale for the province wanting their own provincial code of conduct. And he said it can be used as a weapon for attacking other councillors. Were any of these ones that you received and investigated, or what percentage, I guess, were from councillors and what percentage were from the public?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. None of them were from other councillors that I recall anyways. I don't believe they were. But what I'd say to that is I'm less concerned about who brought the complaint and more concerned about people being accountable for their own conduct. And when that's what you're focused on, then I don't think it matters as much who's bringing the complaint as long as the person's following the code of conduct, right? So the complaint can come from an elected official, it can come from the general public, it can come from a staff member. And as long as people's conduct is fine, then it should be fine. I personally, in my experience, and as I say, I do this in a lot of areas, I haven't seen that weaponization that's referred to. Maybe it's in other places. We have checks and balances within the program. And in every investigation that I do, in every case that I take in, I'm looking for a bad faith motive. Somebody who might be misusing the program because I felt strongly about protecting these programs and not allowing them to be misused.
Thank you. And so even though there were no findings, would the councillors involved be made aware of the investigation? Or you just deal with them and if there's no problem, there's no problem?
If I open an investigation, a councillor is aware of the investigation.
Okay, okay. And then the rules that you've helped us put in place here, would they be applicable to smaller municipalities as well? I'm just wondering about like an overarching provincial code of conduct. How applicable would it be to different size municipalities?
The current regime had sample codes of conduct. All of the small municipalities were required to have a code of conduct, and some of them are different than ours, but they were both basically the same with a few variations. I'm not sure what the province is going to bring in, but the problems in the municipalities, the smaller ones, was it's not the code itself, it's the administration of the code that's challenging for them, right? And I think that's what the province is trying to address.
And so then they would have to have their own ethics advisor and integrity commissioner, the smaller municipalities, or is that handled?
Currently or in the future?
Currently.
Counselor? Currently, no. So in other provinces, it was mandated that they must have an integrity commissioner. That wasn't the rule in Alberta. The rule currently, until the bill passes, if it passes, is every municipality had to have a code of conduct, but they didn't have to have an integrity commissioner. A lot of the work I've done is just ad hoc investigations for these smaller municipalities.
Okay, so you've got that across the board. Okay, I think that's all the questions that I really had, unless, Brent, do you have any other comments on?
If I can just add one thing to that, in some of the smaller municipalities, and this is only anecdotal, I understand it's actually the CAO, the Chief Administrative Officer, that's investigating some of these complaints, or at least doing some of the evidence gathering before it's turned over to an independent investigator like Jamie. And I understand that is part of the problem, is that the CAOs were getting involved in disputes between councillors, and that's a pretty difficult position to put a CAO in, who has to maintain neutrality and serve the entire council at all times. So I understand that was one of the problems, but just to clarify the answer, the smaller municipalities, they did not need to have their own ethics integrity commissioner, but they needed to have a mechanism to investigate complaints. And like I say, sometimes that was done internally, and that may have been I think it was part of the problem.
Okay, I can see in smaller communities, tight-knit, everybody knows everybody would be tough.
Sure, and to put in any size of municipality, putting the city clerk or the the city manager, or in smaller places, I think it's called the CAO, the Chief Administrative Officer, to put that person in between a complaint and a complainant, that's putting that person in an untenable position.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you both for your service, of course, and you know, being your roles to hold us on this side accountable. I think that's really important. I was also really impressed by the kind of leadership you're showing, kind of provincially and also in Western Canada. And I was wondering, on page 6, you talked about some of the gatherings you hosted in Western Canada. Also, you know, when I read that, I'm like, wow, I mean, of course, there'll be a whole community kind of around some of these best practices and stuff, but I'm glad to see that, you know, you're also, Edmonton's playing that leadership role too. That there's desire to continue to develop a body of thinking around how codes of conduct can be administered fairly, consistently, and cost-effectively. But I guess so this is in November, and then lots have changed in the last, few weeks. Does that no longer apply, I guess?
I think you're right. It may no longer apply in Alberta. So I've been spearheading, getting together with the other integrity commissioners to try to move the thinking on how these codes are administered, especially on the preventative, proactive side of things. Now, I think Alberta, I don't think they're mandatory in BC, but most of the municipalities have codes of conduct in BC. So now, without the code of conduct, I don't think that I'll be leading the other integrity commissioners, because, well, I won't be one, to put it bluntly. So, but the whole space around this, I still am very committed to, and I do that in the corporate world and that kind of thing, and I'm still committed to this type of work, and I believe in it. So I'll continue to have those dialogues.
So is it fair to say that even though the legislation might see this being done away, but the space itself, kind of across many jurisdictions, is still very much active and lots of conversations happening?
It's very much active, and I don't know what the future is going to look like, to be quite honest, Councillor Tang.
Does the province have a code of conduct for their elected officials?
Only with respect to conflict of interest or financial matters.
Interesting.
But
I think
there's no code regarding bad behavior. But
interesting.
Conflict of interest, financial matters and business dealings, yeah.
I think I saw a headline recently that it just kind of really surprised me.
The MLAs are looking at it right now.
They are looking at it, but for, up until now, there is nothing in place. And I know we're going to get an update on this in another few weeks or so, but do you have a sense of, what happens if there's no code? There's no replacement with that provincial policy. There's like a period where there's like nothing, or just nothing.
Yeah, there's a gap. I believe that Minister McIver has acknowledged that there's going to be a gap between the prohibition of code of conducts, if the bill gets passed, and when a new code of conduct is introduced. And then I'm not sure what that new provincial-wide code of conduct will look like, and I guess we'll analyze whether it covers off all of those topics that I think are important that we've highlighted.
Some other municipalities in province is thinking about kind of looking at regulations or policies to kind of fill that gap a little bit in the absence of the code of conduct bylaw as mandated through the province. Would you advise that?
Well, that's a pretty big question. It would depend on what they were looking at. I mean, the gaps are around
some of the comments that Brent was saying around.
I guess more like
yeah.
like a council policy.
A policy.
You know,
So-
like if we don't have, if the province is going to do away with the code of conduct bylaw, and we have nothing, you know, until the provincial guidelines come in play.
Well, so the bill is very clear that it's going to prohibit codes of conduct around behavior. So if it's around behavior, that's prohibited.
Okay.
If there's other topics, you already have a procedures bylaw.
So that's
which I
pretty
think is
clear. That
working.
could be.
So you've already got that. So other topics, from sitting through the town hall meeting with Minister McIver, topics around that might fall under OHS would probably be directed in that direction.
Okay, last question. You're obviously really engaged in the shaping of some of these regulations that's been revealed up until recently. Did it ever come up that we're gonna do away with code of conduct bylaw? Like, was that an option? Because, you know, I think I recall seeing some of those engagement material, and I didn't think that was even an option.
So I had a little bit of involvement, and we were asked to keep that in confidence.
Okay.
But I had a little bit of involvement, but I'm not sure what the thinking is to get here. I'm not the right person to
Okay, that's okay,
answer
thank
that
you.
question.
Just want to verify, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for your stewardship and guidance over the last few years. Really appreciated the questions from Councillor Tang and all of your answers. Maybe just to get a little bit more granular, you know, is there any additional work that you would recommend initiating in the immediate term to bolster against the complete absence of a code? Or would anything that even gets into that realm still be captured by the prohibition?
I think as the commissioner said, I think you could bolster, if you were so inclined, some of your internal policies like your procedures bylaw. That being said, I think if you bolster it so much so that it looks like a code of conduct, I think the province will deem it that it's unenforceable and perhaps void. So I think you need to talk to the city solicitor and see if there is some strengthening of some of your internal provisions, internal bylaws that will give councillors some guardrails with respect to their behavior. But I'm not confident that that's going to be an optimal replacement for what you have now.
Okay, and maybe just as an example, like gifts and benefits, for example, like is that a behavior, or is that something that could be included? Like, I guess it's very gray, and maybe that's the challenge that we're all grappling with right now until they provide some clarity.
Well, gifts and benefits, as you know, Councillor, are contained in the current code of conduct. And if and when that code of conduct ceases to exist, the rules and parameters around acceptance for a code of conduct to also cease to exist. That being said, there are principles that I think need to be employed. It's conceivable, but I suspect unlikely, that your ethics advisor might continue past the abolition of the code of conduct, in which case advice can still be given with respect to matters that were formerly covered by the code but are currently covered perhaps by other bylaws or perhaps just by general ethics. So I know this is an unsatisfactory answer, but these decisions aren't being made in this room.
Councillor, if I may as well, Mike Gunther from Legal here. The Municipal Government Act still has a framework of obligations that do exist for all councillors. So in particularly Section 153 is going to be the starting point of things that are non-negotiables. And it goes from there, and there's, as you all know, rules about pecuniary interests and ethical responsibilities for municipal councillors. So it's not a complete absence free-for-all. But I certainly think in light of the legislation that we're seeing coming down the pipe, anything that purports to, by bylaw, create a code of conduct, whatever you want to call it, I think would be tenuous legal ground at this point.
Okay, well, thank you for those answers. And sorry, do we have a timeline on when we would expect this to come into play?
Maybe legal knows more government relations. The bill's in the legislature. I think it passed second reading.
Yeah,
passed second reading. I suspect it'll pass before the House rises for the summer, but I think it'll be not proclaimed until the fall, but that last sentence is really only my guess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. So code of conduct is in effect until probably fall sitting. Is that what I'm hearing?
Until the amendments to the Municipal Government Act are proclaimed. Which my guess as to when it passes and when it gets proclaimed are only guesses, Councillor.
Okay. So
The date that I've heard is May the 15th, but I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. Councillor Paquette?
the 15th of May.
The 15th of May is what I've been told, but I'm not sure that that's accurate, and we'll see if that happens. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why we're talking about a gap.
Yeah, so there seems to be a bit of a lack of clarity over something that's extremely integral to the integrity of the process. And I'm just trying to wrap my head around the rationale here for that gap. No thought, am I missing something?
No, you're not missing anything. There was a town hall meeting where I believe that it's fair to say that Minister MacGyver acknowledged that there's going to be a gap until.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that gap perfectly overlaps with an election period, municipal election period.
I don't know how long it will be before a provincial code will come in, so I don't know how long that potential gap is going to last. I will say, though, that it's notable that for us, we would have a blackout period anyways during the election period for the 90 days leading up. And that doesn't mean it would not happen, it would just be suspended. Like things would be suspended. But I don't know, and it's.
Now there will be an absence rather than a suspension.
Correct, yeah.
Law and order. Okay, thank you.
Motion for a second round?
I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Ray?
Thank you. Just in reference to the gap in time, he had mentioned in the town hall that there needs to be a gap because of to ensure all legal proceedings in that are complete.
I too was in the town hall meeting, and I think you're correct that the minister made reference to several times as to taking advice from lawyers, but the coherence thereafter seemed to be a little bit lost on me. So I don't know what that meant. I mean, I think I know what's going to happen, as Jamie indicated. The bill's going to pass. It's going to be proclaimed. May 15th I had not heard, and that is less than a month away. That's very soon. But for the sake of argument, let's say it's May 15th. So then all investigations will cease at that point, and the code will be of no effect. And there will be no code unless and until the province comes up with a province-wide code. So there's going to be a gap, but as the city solicitor correctly stated, the pecuniary interest provisions and other provisions in the Municipal Government Act will still apply. But with respect to any in your code, you know, tenants at advance, acceptance of gifts, disclosure over $300, those provisions are no longer. Not only are they not they're not enforceable, they don't exist. So I'm hoping that councillors will abide by good judgment and good ethics until a provincial code is implemented. And as I indicated, if it's the will of the city that advice continue to be given in that regard, that can be arranged.
So we can abide by that code, just not officially, right? And there wouldn't be any investigations or complaints.
That's exactly right, Councillor. You can abide by that code or any other code.
Just our own moral code?
What you cannot do is file a complaint against another councillor, and nor can any of your constituents. But yes, you can abide by that code, by the soon-to-be abolished code, if I can call it that, or any other guidelines that you want, and I encourage you to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I neglected to get a motion on the floor, so I'll go back to Councillor Jans, who selected this item. If you'd like to move receipt
So
of
moved.
information. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. I'd ask my colleagues to sign up if they wish to speak to this motion. Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. I didn't have any questions. Yeah, this does feel like sort of probably the last one. So I wanted to first say thank you to both of you. I don't know how this will look over the next couple of months as we go through the third reading and we go through the proclamation, all of that. But just really want to say thank you for the work that you've done. This came in about 7 years ago now, 2018 is when it came forward, and similar to, I think, some of the comments or the responses I heard in your answers today, I think overall it's been a very big positive for us. I think, I might argue maybe council didn't do our job as best as we could of holding folks accountable when infractions were found, but that's an us problem, not a you problem, and overall, I think it was good because it still allowed people to see when something wasn't going right. And you pointed that out, and Edmontonians were made aware of that, and then they could use that information in however they saw fit. And I think that was important. And it's going to continue to be important. And I'm sure everyone here is going to, I would expect everyone here at this table is going to say that they would commit to still following that even without it being formally in place. I hope that's the case. I'm sure it is. I have no reason to doubt that. But not having this is a big loss for, most importantly, the folks we serve. This was one way just to provide a little bit more of accountability into the work that we do each and every day, and to lose that makes it that much harder, especially at a time where it seems like people are willing to play a little more fast and loose with facts, with behavior, with kindness, and so it's a shame that there isn't this that really forces us to be extra diligent. And the part that still confuses me is that there's no other job where there isn't really some type of code of conduct. Like, this is like the only job where we don't have to hold ourselves to this type of standard, and yet it's the one that probably needs it the most because we're the ones here who are hopefully raising the bar, setting the bar. So I just, this is more of just I feel I'm at a eulogy right now, offering my condolences to the loss of good governance and respect. And it's a shame that there wasn't something in place to cover this gap. That, to me, is the part that really doesn't make a lot of sense. There's really no reason not to have that. If there truly were mass issues, work on the alternatives with the folks who need it. I mean, I think about groups like Alberta Municipalities. They didn't call for this to be abolished. They said, hey, if you need to work on it, let's work on it. Let's work on it together, and let's go through that necessary exercise. I wasn't hearing sort of widespread outrage from folks, Albertans, to say you shouldn't have this anymore. In fact, I think people feel it's more necessary now than ever before. So there's not much else to say other than just expressing my disappointment, but most importantly, first, my thanks for your work, for your efforts. It's incredibly important what you've been doing. I hope there is some path forward that gets us to a similarity of what we do now. I hope whatever the province does, they look at where it was working, and I would suggest here in Edmonton it was working probably the best I could hope for, with some very minor tweaks here and there. So let's hope that they tap into that expertise, that knowledge, and also I hope maybe they engage Albertans when they're having these conversations about what they want to see from their elected representatives and how Albertans want their elected representatives to be held to account. I think for something that important, it would be very valuable. We've had a lot of these conversations in public, and people have been able to share feedback and guidance and advice, and that's helped inform modifications and adjustments that we've made. But so I'm sure we're all going to commit to being as best we can, but I worry about where we're headed, especially as we move into the messiness of an election. That isn't always our finest moments as individuals. And so even though, yes, it would have been suspended, I still remind myself that doesn't mean we wouldn't have been held to account at an appropriate time. Yes, it's still an important piece that you're all still held to that standard, even if there wouldn't be an investigation. So there it is. 4.5 minutes of just sadness, disappointment, and I hope in the future that the province realizes that this matters more than I think they expect, so much so that they're looking to do it themselves, and why get rid of ours?
May I just say one thing in reply?
No, I'm so sorry, but thank you. Councillor Paquette next, thank you.
Oh, okay. Let's see if my notes work. So I'd like to ground this in what's actually at stake. Section 153 of the Municipal Government Act outlines the responsibilities of elected officials to act honestly and in good faith, to serve the public interest and to govern with integrity. Municipal codes of conduct are the instruments that give that section weight. They clarify expectations, establish boundaries, and most importantly, they provide a mechanism for accountability when those expectations are breached. In short, they act as both a deterrent and a safeguard. So what does it say about this provincial government that they've decided to eliminate those codes with no replacement ready, no transition plan, and no meaningful consultation? It creates a vacuum, not a gap, but a vacuum at the heart of local democratic governance. For months, there will be no formal structure for managing misconduct, no clear way to address harmful behavior, no protection for councils, for communities, or the integrity of the work we do every day. And let's be honest, this couldn't come at a worse time, in an era already marked by growing public distrust, when many Albertans believe that political insiders face different rules than everyone else. This move sends a chilling message that consequences are optional, that accountability is expendable. It's not just bad governance, it's a gift to those who would abuse public office for personal or political gain. When you remove clear standards and consequences, you don't just create confusion, you invite misconduct, you empower the worst actors, you erode the very foundations of ethical public service. This government didn't strengthen accountability, they dismantled it. And that tells us everything we need to know about their priorities, in my opinion. This isn't leadership, it's chaos, masquerading as reform. Albertans deserve better than a government that sees oversight as a threat and ethical standards as optional. They deserve honesty, clarity, and a basic respect for the democratic institutions that serve them. I don't know what we do from here. The reason we have these kinds of rules is not because, well, let me put it this way. I believe that everyone who goes into public service has a goal to do good. At least that's the hope. And the rules we make and the guardrails we put in are not for those people. It is for the people who maybe momentarily break the rules. We make rules for the worst potential outcomes, not for the best scenarios. Otherwise, we wouldn't need rules. And without those rules, we have no way to continuously hold people to account. This is extremely troubling. There's nothing we can do about it. And I would hope that if anyone cares, and I know I will be, advocating to the provincial government to either speed along their process or to adjust their way of thinking. because no one, at least in Edmonton that I know of, who is operating within the rules has asked for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I want to speak to this because, I mean, in addition to what my colleagues have said, I think the piece that I think about is not just this legislation in isolation, but in the cumulative impacts of some of the legislation that have come to us today. And I am sad, and I like the Councillor Knack analogy of 4.5 minutes of sadness, because like I remember first getting elected and putting my name forward for the Council Code of Conduct Subcommittee, which Councillor Salvador chaired. You know, we spent almost a significant amount of time seeing what was working in our code of conduct, what wasn't, what needed more clarity, following the advice from our ethics and integrity commissioners through that process, and that was all for naught. So, like, it is disheartening, but I think the thing that I want to talk about that worries me most is the chilling effect that I see playing out, and the lack of ability to have any sort of external validation. So I'm actually going to give us, I only know of one investigation against me this term. And that investigation was when I put out a statement about the West Lock vote, right? And my concerns, and spoke out, and so I put out a statement, and I had somebody file that was investigated. And it was amazing because it was investigated. You put a lot of thought and process into that investigation, but I got something back in writing with a thorough assessment of sort of, you know, what is considered, why it was considered, why that wasn't a breach of the code of conduct, because at the end of the day, we have many queer people in Edmonton who were concerned, and they want their leaders to speak out and stand up for them. And having that response and that investigation to sort of ground me in terms of like when and how and why, and to be mindful of making sure we're still speaking for Edmontonians, even if it is outside of our quote-unquote jurisdiction, was helpful. And now that won't exist. There's literally a tool in our toolbox that does not exist anymore. And so I think it is a chilling effect, because I think we're going to have moments where we as councillors, whether now or across the province, you know, want to speak out against injustices, even towards the province, you know. And now we have nobody to say whether that was in line or not in line with the code, with any kind of code. And worse to that, we have, as per Bill 20, the ability to remove any councillor for public interest. No definition of public interest, by the way. So now you have no code of conduct in which you could say this person was acting within the ethics and boundaries of the code and principles that this council has decided, but also behind cabinet doors, at any time, they can say, I don't like what one of the councillors in Edmonton said for public interest, I'm going to remove them. What effect does that have on democracy? What effect does that have on decorum? What effect does that have on freedom of debate that I so appreciate around this table? Because we can have diverse and differing opinions, and that we actually come to better decision-making because of it. So it's the code that we're talking about today, and I want to take the last minute to say thank you for the sage advice that both of you have provided, the thoughtful care you've put into not only this council, but as Councillor Knack mentioned, since it was implemented at the start. So thank you for that. But we do have to continue to speak out. We do have to continue to be courageous. We do have to work with organizations and entities like Alberta municipalities to make sure something comes into place that isn't further chilling our voices, because I do worry about that, but also does provide some guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Cartmel, I just want to welcome our guests in chambers this afternoon. So this is the Lorelei School Grade 6 class with teacher Watson with you. Hello. Welcome. You're in Ward Testa-Winnewak, which is our colleague Councillor Principe, who's up on the screen there. She's waving if you can see her. But very, very delighted to have you here today. As you can tell, we're talking about the rules of how we treat each other. Do you have rules in your school about how you behave? Yeah? Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? It's very helpful to have. Are you doing a mock city council debate? You did it. Well, who was your mayor for that? Yeah? Would you like to come down and tell us a little bit about that? Thank you. You can come down to this podium here. Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Celine.
Celine, hi. And what were you debating today?
We were debating if public transportation should be free from K to 12 students.
Oh, excellent. What did you decide?
I decided yes, but it was like a back and forth argument between the two.
Interesting. And did the yeses, were there more yeses than nos for the final vote? Okay, excellent. Well, that makes Councillor Knack very happy. He's been a proponent of that for many years. Well, thank you so much for telling us about your visit here, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I was just trying to pull up the report. There was not very many, at least in the last year, convictions, I'm going to say, for lack of a better word. I just wanted to pull that up. You know, perhaps there might have been some in the past, but there wasn't. And just as I'm listening to my colleagues speak, I get the 4.5 minutes of sadness part, although I don't typically associate that with Councillor Knack. But I had the opportunity to work at APEGA for about 12 years in the disciplinary process there. And the fundamentals there were that someone who was found to have acted badly was judged by their peers. And it was a very rare instance where it was found that somebody deliberately acted to hurt another party, economically, financially, whatever. It was often, almost always, an inadvertent error or a lack of judgment. And, you know, and there was enshrined in that act an opportunity for punishment or sanction. And if somebody was found to be continuing to do these things or deliberately acting, then those sanctions were a little more harsh. I guess all of that to say is that, you know, perhaps we've lost the tool of sanction and enforcement, but we have not lost the tool of expectation, and particularly expectation of peers. And I think that, you know, in my not quite 8 years here, where I've stepped over the line or where I've acted in poor judgment, it was my peers that told me where I had done that and where, you know, a change or an apology or something was required. And we're entering an election period. It's going to be a weird election period, but that doesn't mean that we have to lose that tool that tells us that as we deliberate over the next 6 months, as we compete, as we enter this highly charged period of time, that we don't treat each other with respect. The tool is still there. The guideline is still there. The expectations are still there. We don't have to lose that simply because the sanction piece has been lost. And so I would just offer that. I'm not sure that I agree that not being able to spend a day punishing someone should be 4 minutes of sadness. I think that there's a lot that we can continue to embrace here. And it's really up to us whether we want to, both individually and collectively, whether we want to do that or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, and I'll pass you the chair briefly, if I may.
I have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to reflect on this briefly. Again, I think as someone who's gone through a code of conduct process with another body, but in this role, I found it incredibly helpful. I think, while there was no finding of wrongdoing, I think it was a very important process, and I was glad that channel existed for people that had concerns, and also for me to be able to learn and understand how to reflect on my behaviors, and again, even though no wrong finding, considering how to take lessons forward about why that even spurred concerns. I think that there is a great opportunity for us to hold each other accountable as peers. I think we also need to be mindful of the fact that we do hold positions of power, and we hold positions of power over individuals who aren't able to hold us accountable in the same way that we can hold each other accountable. I think that's one of the pieces that gets lost in this. Not only people who may work with us, but the public that we serve as well. So I think there is cause for mourning. I think that we collectively can choose how we move forward, and what I am encouraged by today is hearing colleagues who are committed to respectful discourse, kindness in the months ahead, and I am pleased that we can commit to each other to do that. I think in the future, we shouldn't need to depend on each other's goodwill or a lucky composition of individuals around this table. It should be something that is embedded in the way that we function so that democracy is accessible to everyone and shows the best of what we can be. So I'll leave it there. I will take back the chair, and I'll go to Councillor Jans to close.
Thank you. Yeah, I moved receipt of information. Oh, no, please, Councillor Salvador.
Councillor Salvador.
I wasn't going to speak. Everyone's been really, really excellent so far, but I also just wanted to take a moment to express my deep gratitude to the Integrity Commissioner and Ethics Advisor for all the work that you've done and the guidance that you've provided. It was, for me, reflecting on the process of going through the review and sitting on the Code of Conduct Subcommittee, it just gave me a deep appreciation for the depth and breadth that is included in the code. I often reflect on the world we're living in today as seeing declining levels of trust in government and institutions, just broadly. And when we don't have clear mechanisms of accountability, I think we further risk eroding that trust, which ultimately, over time, erodes legitimacy in government. And I'm also thinking about the type of misinformation that we're seeing spreading, not just in our communities, but in communities across the country, across the world at this time. And there's a deep importance when it comes to having common sources of truth and clear guidelines for what we collectively deem to be appropriate and upstanding behavior, which is expected of folks in our position. So I think I am sad that we're losing this. I agree with colleagues that obviously there's an expectation that the values that are embedded in this code are upheld going forward, even if it doesn't exist in its current form. But I look forward to exploring what other ways we might bolster the absence of a code and what other tools we might be able to look at locally, given the constraints that are being placed upon us by the current provincial government, knowing that we did not ask for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks. I missed the presentation due to a personal appointment, but I have had many good conversations with our ethics advisor and our integrity commissioner over the years. Like Councillor Knack, I was on the original subcommittee that helped draft the code of conduct and indeed secure these fine professionals. And so I've been reflecting on just the tremendous amount of energy that all of us have put into this process in the spirit of ensuring that not only were we compliant with provincial legislation at the time, but that we were creating conditions for now and future councils to be successful and effectively represent their constituents and work with each other. I so I hear the mourning. I think of not only the loss of the process, but the insecurity of whatever process may be before us. But I do want to reiterate the my gratitude for the labor of both Mr. Rathgeber and Ms. Pytel, who have always conducted themselves very professionally. And I hope if there's one takeaway from this whole thing, it's how well these two not only advised but adjudicated concerns. So I know that there's been concerns in other parts of the province, certainly, but these but I don't think it's lost on any of us that these two have been just exceptional in their work. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans to close.
Yeah, thank you. It's interesting. Almost 4 years ago, I had a code of conduct filed against me. In fact, there are 24 complaints in the code of conduct from the Edmonton Police Association from then President Mike Elliott, claiming that I had broke council's code of conduct, and they were all dismissed without merit by the Integrity Commissioner. One of the complaints was liking and retweeting known critics of the Edmonton Police Service. And, I think the UCP said these codes of conduct are being used to stifle freedom of speech or debate, etc. But I think here is an example where that was not the case. And if there was merit, it would have been found, but they were dismissed. And I think that shows that the process was working, and that, the political speech was not being regulated. But by doing what they've done, this feels like such an overarching challenge here, and I don't feel like it's solving the right problem. So I truly believe that one of the best things we have is our disclosures of gifts. And I think one of the things we desperately need is better disclosure of donors, especially as we get closer to the election. And you can receive money in 2024 and 2025. And I was at a community meeting recently, and I won't name the league, but some of the people in attendance were making allegations about all of us, about taking money, gifts, etc. And I could definitively say, absolutely not. And here's how you know. Look at the gifts and disclosures. Look at our code of conduct. Look at this. And if you think that's true, you're welcome to file a code of conduct complaint and bring it up. Nobody did. And they all sort of said, oh, that's great. We didn't know that. Now we lose that protection. And I think that fuels that cynicism against the rest of us, which isn't fair. I like how we have a quarterly reporting on any gifts received. And I think what we really need that for campaign financial disclosures as well. And it was interesting because in the same legislation, they're talking about repealing the codes of conduct. They were making a couple adjustments to campaign disclosures that I haven't fully digested yet. But I think if they required it quarterly, that would be great. Because why is it that if I get a $175 ticket, or if I get a $300 pair of tickets to the Citadel, I have to disclose that on a form. But if I get a $5,000, $4,000, $5,000 donation to my campaign, I don't have to disclose that. Yet I could be voting on things that are material, or have an impact on that topic. I mean, nobody, as much as we like candidates, I think we all know. Look at the states and look at the amount of money flowing in. We all know the danger of big money in politics, and I think this change here to the codes of conduct is not solving the problem which we really need, which is strengthening local democracy through transparency, through disclosure of donations, all of that sort of thing. Like a candidate right now could be raising $500,000 in 2024. We won't know about it until halfway through 2025. And even then, some of those donors, like I said, may have business before council or a vested interest in a council policy or decision. This isn't just an election year 6 months before the election, people are raising money thing. This is bringing us into the permanent campaign. And even if you go to the province or the feds, there are more donation disclosures and more requirements. I think the province discloses quarterly financials from the political parties. So yeah, this is a solution in search of a problem, and it's not solving the real problem, which I think is about people want the best ideas to win elections, not big money. That is what we need to continue coming back to, and I think we need to, and I'm not sure what we're able to, but we need to focus on this money piece. That money shouldn't be buying our elections. Those with the most money shouldn't be. And people in office, especially who are making decisions, should be held to a higher standard of accountability here. And I think we're all seeing that public trust is fragile, democracy is fragile, and that this is not one jurisdiction. We're not immune to it in Alberta. The Premier and her cabinet have been, criticized for the playoff run and skybox seats, et cetera, last election. In Montreal, there's been accusations. In Vancouver, there's been findings. In all sorts of different jurisdictions. So why do we think Edmonton is any different? And we can't keep playing small town rules and now a big city with big money and everything else coming in. We're talking millions and millions of dollars coming into the next municipal election, and we won't know who it's from if it's in a pack. We may not know who it's from until far too late in these other cases. So if I was advising the government, I would say leave the code of conducts alone. You need to focus on this. Follow the money. Follow the money.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Rutherford?
Oh, I'm in the meeting in East Grab. It didn't come up. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you. I will take a motion now to move us into private.
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. And that's subject to sections 24, 25.
In total, it's 17, 21, 24, 25, 27.
Great. Lots of coverage there. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you. We'll just take a few moments.
We are back online.
Thank you. So we will move to motions on the in-private items, starting with, I think, 9.19. Is that right?
Can we work from the top down, start with 9.1?
Oh, we're starting top down. All right, thank you. So starting with 9.1, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So I move that the presentation be added as attachment 1 to the April 22, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Verbal Report, ELS 03014, and that the recommended action, and that the recommended action as outlined on slide 5 of attachment 1 of the April 22, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Verbal Report, ELS 03014, be approved, and that the April 22nd, 2025 aforementioned report remain private pursuant to sections 24, 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. Please vote.
Second.
Oh, pardon me. Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Item 9.17, Councillor Salvador.
I will move that attachment 1 of the April 16, 2025 Office of City Clerk Report, OCC 02905, be approved, and that the April 16, 2025 Office of City Clerk Report, OCC 02905, remain private pursuant to sections 17 and 24 of FOIP.
Second.
Thank you. We're separating those items for voting purposes. So yes. On item 1, please vote.
Can you just confirm who seconded this?
Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And then on item, part 2 of that same motion.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Item 9.18.
Sorry, this is one for the books. I voted in error.
Oh, let's recall the vote then on part 2. Please vote. Please vote on part 2 to keep it private.
Just give MJ a moment. We just want to make sure we got the right one here. There we go.
I don't have my phone, but I know what it.
Councillor Cartmel, you just need your vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did click yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. That takes us to item 9.18, legal update. Councillor Ray.
I'll move if no one else. That attachment 1 be added to the April 22, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Verbal Report, ELS 03037, and that the April 22, 2025 report be received for information, and that the April 22 report remain private pursuant to Section 21, 24, and 27 of the FOIP Act.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Now to item 9.19. Councillor Tang.
I'll move that the memorandum of agreement between the City of Edmonton and International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 1007 dated April 3rd, 2025, and contained in attachment 1 of the April 22nd, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Report ELS 03033 be ratified, and that this report remain private pursuant to Sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Motions pending. Item 10.1. Councillor Paquette.
Yes, thank you. And I believe the clerks have a restated motion for me.
Yeah, we'll put it up on the screen for you.
Okay. Let me just expand this for my young eyes. Okay. That administration return to council with A, options to delay the turnover existing city-owned parking machines currently scheduled for removal or deactivation as part of the hotspot implementation. B, potential capital funding sources that could support the retention or upgrade of city-managed parking infrastructure, including but not limited to projects currently on pause, if any, projects awaiting further information, or projects otherwise held in abeyance, with a goal of minimizing service disruption and maximizing long-term public value from the city's parking assets. And C, current communication strategies and app updates to include enhanced marketing, education, and transition efforts based on GBA plus approach, including but not limited to seniors.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Oh, is that Principe? Sorry. Councillor Principe to introduce. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So this motion obviously comes from hearing from folks in my ward anyway, who are a little bit worried, mostly seniors, about what this changeover would mean for them for ease of parking. Many of them just pay cash. Many of them don't have smartphones, and so the current transition leaves them in a little bit of a limbo as far as how they're going to proceed. So after a lot of discussion with administration, and I've kind of discovered that the mechanism to stop completely is probably not feasible contractually, but we can slow it down, which is, I think, the concept here, and what administration has already decided that they would do, and they gave us an update on that. And but there are options here for the city to actually have that sort of cash parking, but that would have to be a new procurement. We can't use it on what exists now, because that would also have to be a new procurement, so it would have to be a fact-finding mission. And on top of that, there's obviously in those discussions finding out that in many cases, adjacent or extremely nearby city parking, there are a lot of private options that still accept cash. And there are some other things also they learned that inform this motion, but I think that's probably in private. But yeah, that's the intro.
Great, thank you. Questions on the motion? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paquette, for bringing this forward. I've also heard from a lot of people in my ward who are apprehensive about the change. And while we've been working with them, I still have some questions about how this change is coming about, and particularly that GBA plus impact. So one of the questions I had for administration was in the FAQ document that was provided to council, it notes that 60% of transactions still go through the machines and 10% of those transactions therein are cash. But I didn't have like a raw number so what are the total number of parking transactions that happen annually? And when you say 60% of those transactions, what's the real number you're referring to?
Council Hamilton, is Caitlin Zabeski from Parks and Roads. I can get you the actual numbers for that. If you just give us a few minutes, I'll loop back with you on that piece. But in the council toolkit that was provided last week, we did provide a breakdown of credit card transactions relative to cash transactions and app transactions. And the cash transactions still remain the smallest portion of revenue, with majority going through the app or credit card.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I think the number in the FAQ that alarmed me was that 60% of people, even if they're using credit cards, they're still using the machine. So one of my reservations is that this has been framed as moving like 10% of people or like moving people to the app. The question I have is if this large group of people still hasn't moved to the app, what has been the hang up for them since we've had the ePark app for like almost 10 years? Why aren't those people already on the app? What's the barrier for them?
So Council Hamilton, the ePark app was changed over to the Hotspot app as of spring of last year. So the ePark app, since we moved out from the ePark app into the Hotspot app, we've actually seen an overall decrease from 74% to 53% in 23 of folks using the actual machines and virtually using apps to do that. Within the Hotspot app, that app came into play in around April, May-ish of last year, and we have seen incremental increases of use of that app since we put that into play.
So in the Q&A, the FAQ document, it said that 60% of people are still using ePark machines, but you're telling me that now 53% are so there's a couple numbers flying around here. So I'm looking for some clarification in terms of like how many transactions are going through, what proportion of transactions are still going through the machines?
Right. So 60% of parking transactions take place at the actual ePark machine. So whether that's cash or credit card.
Okay.
Park transactions using the ePark machine have decreased. So from 2019 to 2023, we've seen people adopting using more of an app space versus, let's say, using the hard infrastructure of the actual machine itself. So the team's working to get you some actual hard numbers in terms of transaction numbers, and I can provide that to you after.
Yeah, and perhaps maybe while they're at it, like I asked for raw transaction numbers, but also it'd be helpful to know, if possible, what the raw value of those transactions are. The next question that I had, and I appreciate that there's a lot of private parking options in some, and I think around the civic precinct, with respect to like the Windspear and the Citadel, for a lot of people, it's like, and I'm having trouble recollecting, if you didn't use an app and you wanted to park and go to the Citadel or the Windspear, and it's one of those spectacular minus 30 days here in Edmonton, and for a lot of seniors, this is a realistic issue. Where is the closest private parking place that where there's a machine to be used?
Sorry, Councillor. So your question is, if they aren't using a city lot, whether it's library parkade or on-street parking, where is the closest private parking lot to use?
Yeah, to like the arts district.
To the arts district. We can get you that information as well.
Okay. I also, so I might have to come around on, I'm going to come around on a second round because there's another question I have, series of questions about the consequences of not paying your parking ticket, but I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. So, okay, so I want to understand, this is asking to come to council with the option to report. Now, so I think in the introduction I heard from the mover that we're already sort of slowing this. Can someone from administration give me a little more detail what that means?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Councillor Knack, I can get started and Caitlin can provide a little bit more detail. Really just looking for the opportunity to first say, we've started to roll out this process publicly, and I just want to share that we completely hear and are doing everything we can to both practically but empathetically bring Edmontonians along. Completely understand that a transition is a change, and no longer being able to have a cash option is a problem for some people. And so I think a big thing in front of us is some of the technical complexities with the machines. They're going to be no longer PCI compliant. Well, they are no longer PCI compliant. So that means the machines themselves have to switch from the magnetic stripe to chip and pin. So we did have a capital project in plan to transition that so these could be maintained. And it was at the fall SOBA where we said, hey, you know, rather than updating and spending the millions of dollars, we could transition to this and mitigate the risks as best we possibly can. But that July 31st timeline is coming up on us. And those machines right now are reliant on 3G cell towers, which are being divested. So the machines themselves today will no longer work as of July 31st.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do, to answer your question around pushing them, is totally hear the feedback, trying to be as responsive, and how do we help people along. We've shared videos, how to, and really target the segments that we feel are going to be most impacted. And part of that is to say, okay, instead of looking at all of them, how can we push some of the removals to the right a little bit, understanding that July 31st is still a hard deadline?
So July 31st, no matter what, these machines essentially stop working. really, I mean, that's sort of how you're describing it, right? Like the current ones. So through this motion, the motion doesn't stop that transition. You've already made a decision of how to do that. Really, the motion is going to produce, if we want to do, let's say we want to allow cash transactions to happen, we would essentially have to, again, what I've heard, procure new machines. Like that, like there's nothing we can do with the existing ones to keep them alive, and at this point, recognizing that there was a previous conversation that we moved on. So
correct.
Yeah. So because I guess what I'm just trying to say is I'm maybe willing to have that conversation around what it would take to introduce some type of but I'd want to know what that means at the expense of any other types of upgrades. I mean, I heard we have money to pay as you go now, but I mean, I think our roads are in really rough shape, and we're not investing as much in our arterial roads. So if I say yes to this motion, you're going to come back with, here's what you would need to do to have a cash machine on every block, or like this isn't going to change the current trajectory of the work you're doing.
This would, I think the short answer to that would be correct. We still have to move forward with removing the existing machines. We are looking at how do we bring all Edmontonians along as best we possibly can with all options, but to introduce a cash option.
I'm just picking that off the fly. Like there's a gap that exists for some folks potentially right now. We're trying to figure out how you would best address that gap. So if I approve this motion, we would be able to have a conversation of what other ways we might be able to help with those who have legitimate concerns about ability to pay because they don't have a cell phone or they have a limited cell phone, their cash. So I just want to make sure. So if that motion passes, we would have that conversation without really revisiting the fall conversation because of the current place we're in right now.
I think that's the conversation we would prefer, is like, what are all the things that we can do? Okay. And what are the education or like how-to videos? What are the things that we can do to bring all Edmontonians along?
Okay. So is that motion the way it's like, because I guess the way I've understood is that this is happening, so I'm trying to figure out, is this in order, and instead should there be a better wording to have I want to have the conversation that Councillor Paquette raised, and I'm out of time, so I'll have to figure that out. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. So Craig, what is PCI? PCL? PCI?
Sorry, that's the, I should know what PCI, I say the term quite often. It's just it's the compliance with the credit card, with the city's credit card processing technology. The machines are out of compliance.
So it's just for the credit card component, and we can't just keep the meters for the cash component.
Correct.
So Councillor, in order to collect transactions through a credit card, you have to have a secure way of doing that. And PCI effectively means that we have a secure way of collecting credit card information, processing that, and then housing the information in terms of the payment side of things. So it's making sure that whatever information is provided is compliant from a security standards perspective.
But that doesn't affect the cash component.
But the machines are the ones that are not PCI compliant. So the machines have a PCI component to it as well as a cash component.
Okay, so it's all or
about
nothing.
10 years ago, we removed meters, which would have been your only cash option.
Okay, so for this one, I mean, we can delay it, but there's still a deadline no matter what. I know, previously I had kind of shared ideas of, well, maybe we don't remove all of them, we just keep some of them, but we still run into this issue of the PCI compliance and the July 31st deadline. Okay. Just, I guess, recently at the Accessibility Advisory Committee, this came up briefly, and the conversation there was that it's not about saving the machines because they were never very accessible to begin with, but it's really about improving the user experience on the app. So I think I will agree with that part C, but I will have a lot of concerns about A and B. I guess, I mean, on part B, on the capital funding, I feel like we try to do this every once in a while. Let's scrape for as much as we can. But even if we found capital funding, would this be the priority? I'm guessing not.
Is that a question to administration?
Yeah, maybe to you, because that's my gut reaction to part B.
Probably a better, I would think that would be a discussion best had at like a budget adjustment. And so then all priorities are talked about at the same time would be my suggestion there.
Okay, and then to the mover, what's the timeline for this you had in mind? To the mover. Oh.
Honestly, my timeline was whatever was feasible with administration, since they're the ones doing the work.
Okay, thank you. And then just on the customer service side, we have 24/7 hotspot support, right?
That's correct.
Do we have that for 301 as well, or just during the operating hours for 301? Is that an option too?
I don't know the 311 numbers off the top of my head. I know some of the folks at VLT are listening in, but I know the hours just recently changed. I don't think it's 24/7 for 311.
Sorry, I just mean can you pay using 301 as an option?
Not for parking, I don't believe, Councillor.
Okay, all right, thanks for that clarification. Some of the concerns I heard from residents in my area is that this would deter them from going downtown. Recognizing there's obviously other ways of getting downtown through public transportation, LRT, et cetera. But I'm curious in some of the revenue, like when we transition from the ePark app to Hotspot, did we see kind of a dip? I'm wondering if that's a real concern that we haven't talked about.
Councillor Tang, just to confirm, your question is when we transitioned from the ePark app to the Hotspot app, did we see a decline in the usage and our parking rates?
Yeah.
No, we did not.
Right. Because, I guess people also have other options other than city lots.
That's correct. There is surface lots that are in close vicinity. So for Councillor Hamilton's question, there is surface lots that are private options near some of those arts district areas. So there are options for people as well if they choose not to park on street or in a city-owned parkade.
Okay. And then just finally, for the Hotspot app development, is the company currently iterating on their app as feedback is coming in real time?
We're operating within the contract that we have with them, and they're open to working with us. So we've done some things recently where we're trying to improve user kind of usability and their experience with it. hotspot is open to that, but we're constrained within the contract that we have with them for how much can be done. This is not a city-owned app. This is owned by Hotspot, so we do work with them in partnership.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, those private lots that you spoke of, Caitlin, do they have options for cash, or are they an online app as well, or?
Some of them do, not all. Some have the actual physical machine. They have an app as well, whether that's through a third party or through their own developed app, or some do have cash options that still remain in place.
Okay, and for those traveling from the south side of the city, they can park at the Davies lot for free and get right to the Windspear?
We always encourage folks to take transit when possible.
Okay, thank you. I'm just also wondering, so if we were to leave the machines to accept cash, that still doesn't, you still need that interface so that if a bylaw officer is coming by, whether or not the person has paid for that parking, like you still need some way of tracking that vehicle has been paid for, right?
That's correct. Yeah, you still need to be able to log a license plate to the parking transaction. So the parker needs to register the vehicle that they're driving in order to log the parking time, which allows enforcement to check if there is somebody who's paid for parking or hasn't.
Yeah, the two issues with the machines on the technology front would be the credit card compliance, the payment card industry standard, and then the fact that they rely on 3G, which is being divested. So the machines themselves are becoming.
Okay, so you wouldn't have that connectivity to keep that up to date. So even if we were to disable the credit card acceptance, I don't know, jam up the slot or something, to leave it only for cash still wouldn't work with our systems.
It's a network issue, Councillor Wright.
Okay, thank you for the wording, network issue. Okay. And then I've had conversations with some constituents about they would have the option to sort of prepay for a spot up front.
Yeah, and those are some of the how-to videos that we're sharing. And so one of the ideas we have is some of the old machines, we can still sell them back to the original manufacturer. And so although it's a relatively nominal amount, we're looking at how do we reinvest that back into this transition to help with transitioning those Edmontonians who probably need a little bit more help. And so whether that's a marketing communication campaign or doing any sort of adjustments or tweaks to the Edmonton version of the Hotspot app, how do we take the proceeds of the old machines and reinvest it back into making Edmontonians' lives easier? So yeah, tweaks to the Hotspot app. And then how do we share more of those how-to videos? But you can create an account with Hotspot. You can phone in, whether you, like before you leave, you can do it online. Or if you're going to an appointment, let's say, you could drive somewhere. There's always still the free 15 minutes. So you can park at a curbside stall, go into, say, your appointment, use their phone to phone in your parking. Like those are some of the options that are still available. So I feel like it's a matter of like, how do we share some of those details and work with those communities that need a little bit extra help or some more guidance or education in terms of like, here's all the various ways that you can still park.
So you don't necessarily have, so you can sort of load your account up front, and then when you find a parking spot where you want to be, then that's where you would go and specify, you phone and specify what lot you're in.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can phone before you leave, but there's
you're
going to be people
not guaranteed
who,
a spot.
Exactly.
Right.
So you might not know the zone number. You might say, hey, I plan to park here, and then you get there and there's not a spot available. So you can park, and then there's that free 15 minutes while you either need to get to a phone and phone it in, or if you have a flip phone, or there's also park a friend options as well. That's something that I've currently used. I'll say I have personal experience. My wife hasn't downloaded the Hotspot app just yet, and she'll text me to say, hey, I haven't downloaded the app yet. Can you park me here? And then I just park a friend. And so there's different options that can be done, but the phone option is one of them.
Okay. I think, and then the timing, if, so if we have to phase things out by July 31st and yet we can't come back for SOBA until what, November? What would we do in the interim?
So
Ray, to answer your question on that is that we would need to transition to being app only, because we can't continue to do financial transactions after July 31st. We would be going to a app-based way of paying for parking. And the thing to note, if we do come back in November with some options potentially, we still need a 12-month timeline in order to go out to procurement for any new machines to go forward.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just listening to the conversation, I'm looking at Part A and understanding that sort of delay is not really viable given the end of July deadline. So I'm just wondering if it might be friendly to remove Part A, if that's not, yeah. Okay, to the chair.
Friendly, yep. Okay, maybe we can get the clerk to remove Part A on the motion, and I guess perhaps re-letter the items.
Okay, while that's happening, I also maybe just I'm wondering if we've been able to quantify, I guess, the potential for lost revenue as a consideration, or if we even have a rough estimate. I guess I'm also stuck on that 60%, and if we've done any analysis of what that could mean for lost revenue, recognizing that it's not, I guess, a one-to-one translation for folks coming over to the app.
I can get started and then hand it over to Caitlin. We've been looking at I'd say a wide variety of implications. One of the things we had discovered as working through this was the amount of app usage since we've switched to Hotspot continues to grow, which is a positive indicator. But we also know that people use the machines because it's there. And so although the number might be in that 50% range, there is going to be a segment of that who, once you remove the machine, will transition because there is no other option. But I think you're bringing up a good point. Is there a segment of people who will just not pay for parking during this transition until we figure out how to live in the new environment? That is a factor. We've looked at it from a enforcement perspective, like how do we bring people along and not be incredibly strict when it comes to enforcement right off the hop. But I'm not sure if we have like a quantitative amount in terms of estimated revenue shortfall for those not being compliant, if that's where you're going with it.
To add, Councillor Salvador, we're going to continue to watch the app usage. So folks downloading it, using it, and through this phased reduction of the actual physical machines, that's our pulse check of what's happening. Are people actually downloading the app? Are they using it to pay? We should start seeing natural increases in that. And if we're not, do we need to relook at communicating differently? Do we need to approach it from a different lens as we're approaching that July 31st? So while we don't have quantified revenue necessarily as a marker right now, it's more so around usage combined with working with our partners in enforcement, just around how many warnings are given out or versus how many tickets in terms of non-compliance.
Right, okay. That's helpful. I'm grappling with, is there an optimal capital investment that could be made to retain or preserve this revenue stream? And I guess part of that's going to be dependent on how people are transitioning and what it looks like as the physical machines go away.
I will say we have got a lot of feedback on the app itself. Now, it is an off-the-shelf product, which has a lot of pros using an off-the-shelf product that's available in other cities and privately. And so we've heard the feedback, so we're looking at options like what level of investment makes sense to customize it to Edmonton to make it workable as best as possible for us, considering all of the feedback. And I can say I know a lot of the feedback we're getting are from app developers, you can tell. So we're trying to process that as best we can to say, okay, well, what is the correct amount of investment to tweak working within the contract, but how do we make it as user-friendly for Edmontonians? And concurrent to that, how do we invest in the transition to help with those, so there isn't people who feel like, I don't get it, therefore I'm not going to pay? Like, how do we invest to say they do get it and make it as easy as possible?
Yeah, and so when I look at the second part of this motion, does that capture some of that work that's being done then? And that would enable you to come back to have that conversation about, potential updates as you take that kind of feedback forward?
It does. I think we could even add to it. I mean, we could add like that administration would reallocate funding from the sale of the existing e-park machines to invest or to leverage current communication strategies and then go from there. So that's something that we can do. It's not a huge amount, but it would be enough that could help from like a marketing and education. How do we help those who need more help in terms of transitioning? In addition to, could we fund tweaks to the app to make it easier?
I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess just focusing on Part A now in the amended motion as a friendly amendment to the mover. I guess, what is your intention there? So I think about how, to add some context to my question, I think about how we, to Councillor Tang's point, we did debate this in the fall budget and decided to continue to proceed and prioritize capital dollars elsewhere. So like, what are you envisioning in terms of Part A coming back?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think the opportunity here, since pausing is no longer on the table and couldn't be, and I understand that, the next best thing then is, since we can't look back, looking forward, we're going to probably learn some things in the interim that may change some of the perspective. Like, okay, so maybe the full virtualization, maybe it's not working, and maybe there are some potential ways that we can take a look at some different managed parking infrastructure. But if we don't have a motion for that, we're not even going to consider it.
I guess just like, what projects are on pause that there would be funding from?
I think that's probably an artifact from point A. It could probably easily be removed since it's tied to it. I don't even think that, I think that's friendly.
No, this is as it was read in. It was potential funding sources such as projects currently on pause, projects awaiting further information, projects otherwise held in abeyance.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
These three sources of funding were in your original read-in under the potential funding sources for this capital.
Yeah, and that was much of it was tied to point A, the original point A.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying there's kind of artifacts from that. But projects waiting further information might actually work, because we've got a few different irons in the fire.
Yeah.
So we can
But
we
there
can
would be
scratch that,
operation.
but
Yeah.
at the same time, I think that administration probably looks at that and says like, well, okay, moving on. Right, so.
Yeah, I guess just question to, because if we did entertain Part A and you did that work, you found, let's say, a vendor that could do cash, whatever, stalls. The other piece of this was there was an operating component of it, right? You'd have to have someone then that is maintaining those, whatever the machine is, whether it's contracted out, there has to be some sort of level of maintenance. There's damage that could be caused to that infrastructure, would need to be repaired, tagging, those kind of things, correct? Like, there would still be an operational component to whatever you bring back in terms of a motion or a report.
That's correct. And including if you have a cash option, they have to collect the cash on a very regular basis. And with the reduction of this service from the e-park perspective, those FTEs were reallocated.
And the cash option, like, I remember when the transition from the meters, one of the reasons and justifications for that was just how much they were being broken into and tampered with. So we'd need something that's like very tamper-proof too if there's a cash component. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that gives me what I need to think about. Thank you.
I think Councillor Rutherford also just to add is that we're seeing with inflation and all the other pieces of things that are impacting our ability to import or export types of machines, we're seeing incremental increases in the cost of what each one of those individual machines are beyond what we had originally anticipated for each one of those.
And that's more related to hardware than software?
Both.
Both? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're quickly approaching the end of our time. What is the pleasure of the Assembly?
I'll move to extend orders to 5:15.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Well, perhaps we'll just check with the clerk. Is that, have we got capacity for that? Yeah.
5:15 is fine.
Okay, let's please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jens. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rice.
For the amendment on the, so this one amended, I'm a little bit confused. I'd rather have the original one, because right now, can I have the wording on the floor? The wording for the motion? And because right now this wording say we come up potential capital funding resources. So does that mean that we will come not with the reports, we just come with like unfunded service package or funded service package and for this? So I need a clarification on that piece. Or administration or you, both could.
So Councillor Rice, to answer your question, we would end up needing to unfund a project that's on pause and awaiting, further information or held in abeyance. So in order to find capital funding for that, we would have to find projects where that's potentially available for. But it would need to come coupled with a report so that council could make a decision on it.
But based on the budget already approved, and it's my understanding the budget already and budgeted to the project and for the new parking machine or anything change is making. So the original motion and then to the mover is like we try to pause some and to reflect and the concern we heard and from seniors who don't have like smartphone and what I heard from my area as well. So they're really struggling to use this new upgraded system and to pay. So right now this makes me really confused. And what's the purpose right now here try to resolve compared to original one?
Yeah, so because we found out that a pause was not feasible, since we'd have to procure something, it's going to take 6 months at this point. That's kind of the issue, because no matter what, it will stop working for people. That's just the technology. Like, we cannot change that. And so we'd have to procure new things. That'll take at least 6 months. So maybe the best thing to do is to add a due date on this so that we can, it's probably going to be for the fall budget.
So if that is the case, can you, administration clarify with me, are you going to request additional funding source or you use existing approved funding source to do those?
If I can answer the motion, basically, that's what the report is for, to give those options.
But there's no report. It's just come back with potential, return the council with the potential capital funding sources.
Yeah, just like all our motions.
So is a report come back, is not unfunded package come back. So this is two different things.
If the report, when the report comes back, then council can move.
So can we make that clear?
No, because we don't have the information yet. Once we get the information, council can either decide to have an unfunded package or a funded package, and that would be that decision.
So this motion is to request a report back.
At this point, yeah.
And then can we have that clear defined in the report, because the wording right now and is not clear.
Well, everything, like, if you look at the motion, everything, if you want to add the word report, I'm fine with it. It just is already implied in the motion, but we can say report explicitly if you like.
So if you return to council with potential capital funding sources, so this is why I need clarification. Is it request additional funding source or request a report come back?
Is it friendly to add that clarification? that it's a report?
We can change the wording.
100%.
We can change the wording up front to just say administration provide a report to council with.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Jacobson, that's it. Councillor Rice, can you move a second round, please?
Okay, I moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote in the second round.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Rice.
In favor.
And thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I was wondering if we had an update on that 60% number. What's the raw number on that?
The team's working on it, Councillor Hamilton. We have 2 members who are gone for the day already, so I might end up having to follow up with you tomorrow morning on that.
Okay. So one of my concerns, so if theoretically I park in a private lot and I can't figure out their machine, it's broken, which has happened before, and I get a ticket, can my car, is my registration impacted when I go to register my car if I don't pay that parking ticket in a private lot?
I know that Chantel's online to support from an enforcement perspective. She might be able to speak to that piece.
Councillor Mike Gunther here from legal. We don't impact or we don't regulate the private lots, and so if they ultimately issue a ticket on a private lot, they have their own enforcement mechanisms. It's only from a public space where that ticket, if not paid, would ultimately end up preventing registration.
Yes, so this is one of my concerns is that some of these mechanisms, and I'm hearing an undertone that some of them might be redundant, but we have built in that redundancy because because we're able to levy more serious consequences for non-compliance, correct? Like that if I have a municipal parking ticket and I don't pay it, in order to get it canceled, I would essentially have to go to court or file an official appeal. And subsequently, if I don't pay my ticket, I can be convicted in absentia, and it can impact my ability to register my car. Correct?
That's right.
Yeah, and my car could be impounded.
No, I don't think it would be. No, not from a municipal parking ticket. No.
Okay. All right. So part of that is, I think some of the apprehension that we're hearing from residents, and it's too bad that we don't have those raw numbers, because what I'm hearing is that there is a portion, we have the early adopters or the people who've adopted the app and they use a credit card or a debit card, but then there's this other portion, and I don't know how big that portion is, but it's significant enough to cause me concern and we don't know why they haven't adopted the app yet. Some of it might be payment method with like cash versus credit. Some of it may be a technology issue, right? They may or may not have access to a smartphone or a cell phone. They may or may not be have access to the internet off that device. They may or may not be comfortable using those devices to procure parking services, given the consequences. Is that fair, Ms. Zabreski, in terms of how sort of what the breadth of the issues are with respect to why people may or may not have adopted the app yet?
I think there's different options for how people can pay. So even if you don't, we have options as we put through the toolkit. If you don't have data, what is the option to pay for parking? If you don't have a cell phone, what those options are. So I think each scenario that you outlined is a possible barrier, absolutely. But we have and will support folks through how-tos and how they can adopt those different payment methods.
I hear that. I think of relatives who come in from out of town who may not have smartphones that are connected to the internet, and who are not like I'm wondering to what extent people are going to do like I don't know about you, I don't often research different parking methodologies when I'm in another city, and I think maybe I'm looking for a much more comprehensive or thorough GBA plus an accessibility analysis here? And maybe I should have asked that question more directly, but what did your GBA analysis say when you looked at this transition?
So we do know, and we noted, especially when we're looking at this with council as well, is that accessibility would potentially be a barrier, especially around folks who don't have access to smartphones or other information or other means to be able to access like apps as an example. It is a risk and it's a factor. Our challenge comes up is that we can't financially put those transactions through those machines after an effective date. Once we had the approval.
So sorry to interrupt you. I appreciate that we've sort of established with this motion that the machines we have now can't be our machines after July. I think what Councillor Paquette and I think some of us are concerned about is that we are left without a feasible option for people who get left behind. So thank you for your answers today.
Thank you. I see no further questions on the motion. Speaking to the motion? Oh, still more questions.
Just to you, could this be split for voting purposes?
Oh, absolutely. We can split for voting purposes. Part A in its entirety and Part B. Yep.
Okay. That, can I speak to it then? But I'll speak to both of them.
Sure, by all means. Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford. Yep.
So I really debated this because at one point I'm like, we're just generating a report. But I don't really, I think there's a lot of timing and sequencing issues that are off with this. So for example, we're hearing that the technology is going to be obsolete at latest July 31st. This report wouldn't be coming back until fall supplemental capital budget adjustment in the fall. And then we also, it talks to, projects that are paused. I don't know of any projects that are on pause. It talks about projects awaiting further information. Again, I don't know that. And the only project I know of that's in abeyance or we're still kind of up in the air is the city center optimization piece. So maybe that is. But we're still going to have between July 31st, sorry, my timer hasn't started, and July 31st, and whenever we go to capital budget and grapple with all of the other capital things that we're going to have, and then the implementation of that, we're probably likely looking at a year before some sort of hard infrastructure. I really, 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 really like Part 2 though, like Part B, sorry. I really think that Part B is more nimble, could be implemented sooner, could help people along. It really can focus on some of the gaps. And I want to also commend administration because I think the communications toolkit has been really good in me providing some alternatives to folks along the way of this transition. But I think for those reasons, just with the fact that we can't keep saying we want to make these hard decisions and then redebating every hard decision we make, and understanding that this wouldn't be able to be something in Part A that could be implemented before we'd already have like a year of people transitioning to the app anyway. I can't support Part A, but I appreciate the mover bringing this forward, and I think given the feedback we've heard, I really do appreciate the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you to the mover for bringing this forward. I appreciate the concern that's been raised that this was sort of a tough budget decision, and you got to live with the hard consequences. I think that one of the caveats in many decisions is the appearance of new information, and I am really glad Councillor Paquette brought this forward because I think that a lot of us have heard from people who are feeling marginalized by this decision. And I am not sure that even with the best intentions and all the communications toolkits in the world, that we are that we are meeting our own expectations on accessibility and GBA plus. And I know that this council, I think one of the things I've reflected on, folks, us as a group being really proud of, is that inclusivity and the accessibility. I'm thinking beyond our own parameters, our own sort of worldview, into the lives and experiences of others. And the really emotional outpouring people had in response to this notification going out. It's not just about parking machines for a lot of people. It is, and it's not just about change. For a lot of people, it is a barrier that they will not be able to surmount. And so I recognize that we can't keep the machines as they are. But I think that there's an opportunity here to send a message that those people haven't been forgot and that we're looking at potential ways in which to include them in our civic life, especially in the busy areas like downtown or the Old Strathcona area where they've become familiar with the municipal parking. I think, and I don't know that I completed the thought effectively, but it's asking questions like this which help, which give us latitude to consider whether or not a decision that's been made is still the right decision. And unfortunately, I don't think I have enough information today to affirm that decision. I'm deeply concerned about moving the bulk of people onto the app in a very short period of time, and the impacts, the individualized impacts that may have on people. So I'm glad that Councillor Paquette brought this forward. And I've heard from so many seniors, many of whom are enthusiastic voters in the in municipal elections, on how they are looking for someone to champion their access to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We've run up against the clock again. What is the pleasure of the Assembly?
Call the vote.
Okay. I don't know what the actual, do we need a seconder on that, or shall I just call the vote?
If it's unanimous, you can just proceed.
Okay, we'll call the vote then. Please, pardon me, we're splitting it, so we'll call the vote on Part A. Thank you.
No for me.
No.
Thank you, councillors.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please vote, or pardon me, please display the votes. That is carried 8-3. We'll now vote on Part B.
Yes. Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. That takes us to item 10.2.
I move that administration bring forward an unfunded capital profile to add 25 growth buses to the ETS fleet for consideration as part of the 2025 fall supplemental capital budget adjustment.
Second.
Very quickly, thanks to some incredible work by the team at ETS, they have found capacity for another 25 buses. Chances are we don't have a lot of money to buy 25 buses anytime soon. This needs to get on the books so that the next council can at least discuss that. That's really why this is here. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, anyone speaking to the motion? Seeing none, Councillor Knack to close. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang and Rutherford and Jans.
Oh, thank you. Yes for me.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Are there any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your Wednesday.